2 weeks ago. She's very unlikely. You can tell us about them, but Crusader's now back on his feet. So we will continue with Nathan Ake. There is Urian Timber, who has been brought in on the right side of that three-man defence in preference to the left. Here is Ake. Don't want to try and find some space between the lines. It might come for Clarkson. And the opportunity and fabulous play. Cody Gakpo. What a talent. This may just be his breakthrough stage. Scored crucially in the first goal. And scores brilliantly in the second game. I'll tell you, it's all about Clarkson starting possession play. He's really high on the pitch. I was just about to mention it. I thought he's initially playing behind the front two. But his starting possession's high, and he does really, really well. But what a finish from Gakpo with the left foot. You can see Clarkson's possession forward now. Over he comes, intercepts the pass. But look at this. That is a magnificent strike with the left foot. Sharp from Clarkson, really sharp. The rest just magnificent. Might just start outside the post and curls in. Absolutely beautiful finish. He is the leading scorer in the Dutch league. He's now found the net in 5 internationals, and nearly every Premier League club with a few million in the bank has been linked with him. He's not a rookie. Played over 150 games for PSV. He's 23 already, but 13 club goals this season, even more assists. 6'2". What's not to like about Cody Gakpo? It's been a quiet start to the game against Senegal, but obviously got his goal. But what a start to the game that is. And Ecuador have conceded. Yep. We're just singing the praises defensively, but sometimes you just got to hold your hands up. No, it's certainly not a lot Galindez could have done with that. Great hit. 11 hours and 42 minutes of international football since Manchester City's Julian Alvarez scored against them for Argentina in late March. And they got a response. Jackson Mendes. It's an important interception by De Jong to stop Platter in full cry. Crusader has been revived. Mendes with the cross. Ake with the clearance. There's a robust challenge by Gakpo. There's plenty of him. Yeah, he can look after himself too. And cross by Nkapke maybe deserved better. That might just be the biggest goal of this World Cup. People will correct me if I'm wrong. No, it wouldn't surprise me. I wouldn't know for sure right now, but I wouldn't bet against you. It's Felix Torres. Plata. Estepinha. It's the fastest goal of these World Cup finals so far. 5 minutes and 4 seconds. I think that a few games which have needed an early goal to unlock them. This one has it. Can't be stubborn opponents, as that defensive record suggests. Ecuador. They're the last team to stop Brazil winning in January. Brazil have won 8 in a row since then. Might win 8 more in a row, judging by what I saw last night. But they've maybe got to change tack a little bit now. The assertive play by Denzel Dumfries. Torres. Four plus, well behind his opinion. Jogging start for him, otherwise, beautiful shot of the football. He scored with a glancing header in the opening game against Senegal on Monday. Scored with a thumping left-footed shot tonight. He's brave Clive against Senegal because I don't think Mendy caught himself in glory with a goal, but he's got a feeling the keeper's going to come behind him, maybe make contact, just getting off on the header, very clever. His 11th cap for Netherlands, his 5th goal for Netherlands. Here's Jackson Mendes with a free kick. Caicedo to Caicedo. Underneath it. First time up, hopefully by Ana Valencia. Quite get hold of it. I kept it down. Heady clearance from Van Dijk though. Gakpo. He's oozing confidence. It's amazing what smashed into the top corner of your left foot can do. Longer this way, you would know. It was just caught by Estrada, but Netherlands have the ball. Minus. A bit too much loft on that ball, and Caicedo was able to intercept. He didn't help Caicedo that Clive, because once he goes, he's got to win it. Left the man behind him when he did. Gakpo. This was chased back towards his own goal. It's good work by him. It's good defense. Starts his ground, doesn't get past anywhere to go. Yes, you, Stevenberg line penalised. Took it well. That's a heavy touch. So they're showing too much discipline. They did win it in the air. And Galindez is the Ecuador goalkeeper. De Jong was one of the Netherlands' better players the other night, playing against Senegal. We thought he made some good powerful runs from midfield. We're looking to see him do that again this evening. 4 years, Frankie De Jong. Virgil van Dijk has said in the last couple of weeks he's the best player he's played alongside for the Netherlands. That's quite a compliment. There's Cook minus. For Gakpo again. Now it does. Valencia. There was a real doubt and a problem with his right knee. Looks fit. frisky enough, the opening exchanges. They need him. Yeah, big knee got there, like you're right, I'm telling you, powerful. But he really is strong in opposition forwards. Get back to talking about the young Clive. We mentioned these appearances, one of the first things to look for. Did it turn up for their work? Does it miss games? It's a big plus. Be any surprise if Netherlands are ahead in the possession numbers. It wouldn't concern Ecuador too much. See the rotation get on there, particularly with Klaas and Gakpo. Gakpo comes short, Klaas not getting behind them. I was just looking at him there, and just to remind myself and reassure myself, he is right-footed, and he is naturally right-footed. There's a searing hit with his left. Yeah, lovely work. Okay, Lind. It's Dion. Bergwijn. Just established a degree of control with that early goal now, Netherlands. As if they're already into the business of managing the game. Their interesting goalkeeper, Andres Noppert, the tallest player at these World Cup finals, is 6'8", given a surprise debut in the opening game. We're playing the 52nd game of his career tonight at the age of 28. 52nd senior game. He didn't even have a club 18 months ago, and now he's playing in the World Cup finals. It's a remarkable story, isn't it? It really is. His wife tried to persuade him to join the police force 18 months ago. He'd have been a copper to respect, that's for sure. That high. Okay, to Klaassen. Dumfries. How the position's really high in this league, I'd say. What high on it was in previous game. Which tactically might be a good thing. Of course, it isn't putting you all the way back, but it doesn't look to be. It's often a measure of how confident a team playing with the back three are. Yeah, absolutely. Backs are 100%. That was a big change in the Germany and Japan game. Great substitutions for Japan, and their wide men have failed won them again, and they come on late on, push high up the pitch. Dumfries' score in the first two games of last year's European finals. He has that threat when he arrives in the box. Taking the throw in. Gakpo. On this throw. It's a slightly different role playing up there. I say slightly different. I guess it can be very different. It's like you're playing far more of the game with your back to goal than it would probably be his preferred position just off the striker. Absolutely. But it's interesting to note, as I say, I've been watching them. The class and switch, the two of them switch. They've obviously, Pai's the one that will see further up the field more. The other two will rotate. It's not fit enough to start, but I think to be given 45 minutes this evening, it's going well for Netherlands. It's a big player for them. What did you see with a bit of Charles? He got 40 to 32. He's been scoring a goal a game in the last 20 international, 21. Last 21 goals in the last 21 internationals for Memphis Depay.
42 in 82 in total. Next question.
Great answer. Didn't expect anything else.
Rosa. Strada. It's a little tentative coming forward so far, Ecuador. They've been shaken by that early goal. Here goes Denzel Dumfries. Three of them to stop him.
Yeah, I thought he may have a little unlucky not to get a free kick there early. Just the ball played also. He's getting pulled a little bit. Yeah, look at that. The left arm, his right arm's getting pulled back. Free kick for me there, Clive. I know Bergwijn was on the left-hand side as well, making a good attack.
The story goes that he was named after Denzel Washington.
Is that factually correct, or is it just a nice story that we know?
Maybe it's down how the look of him. He was born in the mid-1990s, Dumfries. Breed, Philadelphia time. Yeah, I mean, is there a cooler player name at these World Cup finals than Denzel Dumfries or Axel Witsel?
Well, that was not too bad. It was just a moment showing the picture there. Memphis goodbye. It's not too shabby a name.
Canadians have got a goalkeeper, Dane Sinclair. Denzel Dumfries is pretty cool. And he gets Scotland eventually as well. There's a foul.
The only kind of little problem we might have with the Dutch scoring so early is the fact now they're content just to sit a little bit and wait for Ecuador to come at them, which they have to do, but not immediately after losing the goal. So maybe just take the sting out of the game a little bit, which clearly will suit the Dutch.
They're pretty accomplished at doing just that.
You look at that right there, it looks like Bergwijn, Klasnik, Gakpo on the right.
Yeah, split strikers with the number 10 plus operating just behind them. What Ake has followed Estrada to run up to the halfway line. It's a feature of back three, back five. So far.
Yeah, that's a poor ball. No real threat at all at this moment in time.
Split. Good run. Bergwijn. To turn around at Torres. He's got runners inside of him. Outside of him.
Yeah, good movement there for Bergwijn. He just waited to Jackson Caruso went forward and get into the space in behind the right back position.
Right, decisive initially, but now he's got a problem. Valencia waiting for that cross. Hopeful hit. Moises Caicedo.
Good ball, better.
Now Caicedo can break in behind the Dutch, and well done here. Gonzalo Plata couldn't force the ball goalwards.
Did really well, Caicedo. I thought he took a heavy touch by the actually knocks it back. I thought this was a big touch. There, comes across, he knocks it to a good area, but inside he's right through.
Great credit to Virgil van Dijk.
Absolutely. Plata just coming across there. Van Dijk blocking him. Initially a good move down the right hand side, then he played down the left hand side.
Just change the temperature a little bit now. Estepinha. Caicedo's in behind them again here.
It's lazy from Gakpo.
Plata. Estepinha. Gonzalo Plata again. Estepinian has gone on. Again, superb defending by Virgil van Dijk, steering into his own goal. Just had to somehow improvise a header and help it on its way.
A great delivery. His positional sense there, Van Dijk was top class.
Valencia holds it. Timber asking far too much of Gakpo. That was more encouraging for Ecuador.
Absolutely, but right to that man there. Involved down the left hand. Good play from Caicedo as well, as we mentioned. Certainly brighter, a little bit of encouragement there for Ecuador.
He finished the opening match with the captain's armband, Estepinian. Roberto De Zerbi, his club managers call him a rough diamond. I think he's still developing, even though he's just 24 years of age. He rarely plays 90 minutes, but he's become a starter at Rock under De Zerbi and great product before him. Free kick on the way here for the foul on Estrada. He just catches up. Maybe a wee bit lucky. Not to pick up a yellow. It's a ball back here. Lovely ball, digs it out into the back post, looking for somebody to attack it. Good positioning, very good position. Van Dijk takes up there. Just the right amount of purchase on that. Yeah, Van Dijk. He couldn't glance it away because if it had gone too flat, it might have fallen for the attacker here. Just the starting position for the cross is excellent, really. Sigma mentioned it prior to the game. It is his first major international tournament. His international career resumed in September last. Over 2 years now since the injury which cost him his place at the Euros. Miners run off the ball, fairly in the opinion of the referee. Here's Ener Valencia. A little flick from Estrada, it's just off Caicedo. What a kick.
It's unlucky. Really, it's a lovely flick. Caicedo just gambles the wrong way. Now that goes to his left, which he did. If he goes to his right, he might be getting the tap in.
Last 5 minutes of belongs to Ecuador.
Yeah. Lovely flick. Encouraging again down this left hand side. Just goes the wrong way.
Question of handball.
No, another job. Shameless crosshair into the chest of the stomach. Nathan Andy.
Referee Plata will take this corner.
Rose on the left there is the tallest player in the box, apart from the goalkeeper, the Netherlands. Referee looking very closely, as you can see there, quite look.
It's swung in towards Caicedo post.
It's a throw in now, to a delivery.
Caicedo. Good on for it. Mendes. Estepinian with the header. There's a nudge for Estrada, won by Estepinian in the first place. Could easily have gone into the first one. De Jong stepped into traffic, but he found a way out. And Timber with the through ball, which almost got Gakpo on his way. Good defence, Felix Torres there, Clive. Away. Frankie de Jong. Just couldn't escape. Caicedo. But Mendes has lost it. Here's Bergwijn. It's really quite happen for Blind, but he still has the ball. Plus, De Jong. Blind's got a crossing opportunity. Turned out of arm's way by Appier. Like breathed back into the game in the last 5 minutes. Netherlands were building in a very assured way on Cody Gakpo's early goal. Working on there, just a bit, yeah. Alonso and Van Dijk. I'm sure I think a final version of Van Dijk. Ecuador defended it pretty well in the end. Valencia trying to get down. Frankie de Jong. Asking an awful lot there, Valencia. De Jong's favourite there all day. Minus Brace. Awesome. Get beyond their opinion. This is Caicedo trying to benefit from Estrada's hook pass. Just a wee bit coming into it, isn't it? Last 5 minutes or so. Decidedly unfriendly. Don't mind that, there was a spectator. Being played at arm's length, wasn't it, after Gakpo's goal? Netherlands had that measure of control. And maybe needed a little bit more assertive aggression from their opponents to force their way back into the game. This is minus. Gakpo gets it back from class. The return wasn't quite good enough, and Kake can come between them. Yeah, cute football there. Here's a break. This is onside. In a Valencia! Tips to the keeper. That was it with some venom. 2 goals in the opening game. He nearly had it to them there. He's obviously the key man and key threat. He drops his shoulder there. Makes it well. It's a good stop. The one he should be making. Not fair. Just asking him the question though. Estepinian with the corner. Towards Caruso. Forced out of harm's way by Timber. A 6-minute goal is the difference. Keep watching Glass's movement when Aki's on the ball. Clyde, he really attempts to stretch the game. Force the boys from Ecuador back 3, back another 5-10 yards. What that does is it creates a lot of space for the likes of Gakpo to come into, and indeed Bergwijn. Klassen. Followed all the way by Jackson Perozo. Klassen. Bergwijn did well to resist Perozo against them. He did really well to come off. He's staying further from that, but keeps possession. The Priest. Gakpo's run, he couldn't quite catch up with it. Hey, look, it's a good one. He tries to come in line side of Estepinian there. Just too much pace on it. Valencia. Good work again by Timber. Again, very, very difficult to get by. He really is. Mata. Mendes to Casado. Estepina. Towards Casado, but got height and feature advantage over everybody in the tournament. Yeah, particularly against Casado. Maybe one of the biggest mismatches in the tournament now. Van Dijk's out of position. The picture, the younger covered for Virgil van Dijk. Just feels as if the bar was raised last night. Brazil just upped the ante. You come here to win this World Cup rather than to merely enjoy it. Then the asking rate may have gone up with the opening offering from, say, Neymar had come in. Neymar's out of the group stage. It's been confirmed now. But Netherlands are one of the teams that always believe it might be their year, might just be their time. Better now. They're going to have to beat down the road. It's been impressive for them so far, the other stages. Against poor opponents. Yeah. Maybe Brazil more so. The Netherlands have come close, come agonisingly close. They graced the World Cup with some of its most beautiful moments. Van Persie's flying header and Bergkamp's sublime semi-final goal, the original Cruyff turn. They've never taken it home with them. 3 sets of silver medals, never on top of the podium.
We get right about some players and some teams. That one in 74 was special. But we've got a good group here.
Referee from Algeria having to do a little bit of peacemaking here. Rosa's header. They've done more damage than good.
It's amazing actually for all the good football that was played. It's just a long ball, a long diagonal. The left foot of Nathan Ake, and it poses all sorts of problems if you've got a willing runner in behind.
Away forward, couldn't matter. He was just a little lazy with that. Casado. His top mate, Estepina. Brighton have the third player, Jeremy Sarmiento, on the bench tonight. Bergwijn, who's clipped there by Capier.
He came on to open the game, didn't he, Sarmiento? He came on for a period in. Just catches him there. Bergwijn is down on that protected wrist.
Ake. It. Just feel as if Ecuador are getting closer to the Netherlands in general play now than they were for a spell after the goal. Went a little passive, tepid.
It's as if they gained a little bit of confidence.
Then finding Klaassen. Getting past the substantial figure of Perozo.
That's slack.
Ecuador benefit. It sees to it that their progress is halted temporarily. ball for Van Dijk. Really direct the header where he wanted. Just to emphasise, the team that finishes second in this group will meet the winners of England's group in the last 16. Notice I'm not speculating who will win England's group. It's a dangerous game to play. Most of the clubs don't win World Cups. Big going on off the ball between Valencia and Dumfries. England versus USA can be live on ITV after this match. Scottish correspondent here. Just lost 50,000 followers on Instagram. It's me left with me. I find that those of eyeballs love when we get there. Flashes of what Ecuador are capable of. Torreso. I'm just looking at Ecuador the first half, 40 minutes playing. They're lacking down the right hand side. I think in the attacking sense, they've certainly got more. They're offering more down the left here. You know, but they just can't seem to get going. Crusader, the little wing back, delivered that fabulous cross. Brendan Valencia's second against Qatar on Monday. Yes. Player who can offer something going forward, going well with the runaway leaders in Belgium, Genk, number 17. But I think he's finding it a little bit tougher with Darling London. Nathan Akin at left-hand side right off the Dutch defence. He has so much know-how. Played in that World Cup semi-final 8 years ago. It's Argentina. 96th cap tonight, draws in level with Arjen Robben. Behind the 8 men with a century of caps for Netherlands. He's right up in that company now, Daily Glenn. Wesley Sneijder, top of the list still. It was an excellent bike tracking and tackling there from Gonzalo Plata there on De Jong. There's Frankie De Jong. He's changing classes stylishly with Koopmeiners now. Lent. Angled in towards Bergwijn, Golden UK. Seemed to lose sight of it just for a moment, but he's stuck. Yeah, just for a minute. Melendez. He didn't, to his credit, take his eye off the ball. Ended up comfortable. He just thought for a horrible minute. More yellow shirts than orange in the crowd tonight. Traditional colours of Ecuador. Plata. Estrada. Valencia. The referee got it right there, Clyde. He was entitled to the ground, I guess, standing. He's combining with Bergwijn. It's pretty muscular tussles out there. It's not easy to make progress. No, we joined them. Just admit. Thanks for play coming across there on a tussle with Enzo Dumfries. We wouldn't want too many of those. 28 minutes. Stepinian. Good defending by Dumfries. They just showed up too much. He's a good initial ball there from the Asian men. He's on the left-hand side there. Ecuador rush to get back into this game. One goal lead's never quite enough. It's always a bit of a dilemma for a team in their situation as to how much to commit at what stage in the
Και τέταρτος. Τέλεση του κόρνερ χαμηλά για τον... Έγινε το σούτ, η μπάλα αλλάζει πορεία και πάει στα δίχτυα.
Η δικαίωση του μεγάλου τσόχου.
Πάλι αυτός ο Ιστουπινιάν, ο άνθρωπος που κάνει τα πράγματα να συμβαίνουν σε όλο το παιχνίδι, έστω και συμπτωματικά βρίσκει γκολ, ισοβάρηση, καθυστερήσει, το οποίο όμως...
Κάτι υπάρχει κάποιο σφαίριγμα.
Το παρόν δεν μετράει. Αναρωτιούνται γιατί. Ο Ιστουπινιάν, για να δούμε αν όντως ήταν εκτεθειμένος την ώρα που έγινε το σουτ. Εδώ από τον Πρεσιάδο δεν είναι εκτεθειμένος σε καμία των περιπτώσεων που πάει στο Πινιάν, αλλά είναι μπροστά στο οπτικό πεδίο ή τέλος πάντων εξετάζεται αν είναι μπροστά στο οπτικό πεδίο του Λόπερ ο Πορόσο.
Δεν το έχει ακυρώσει και σου λέει να συνεχιστεί το μάτς.
Ακυρώθηκε το γκολ.
Ήρθε η στιγμή για το Εκουαδόρ, αλλά ο διαιτητής και ο βοηθός είχαν διαφορετική άποψη.
Θα ήθελα άλλο ένα replay. Δεν θα δούμε άλλο replay. Σφυρίζει για τελευταία φορά ο Γκορμπάλ.
Με αποδοκιμασίες από την εξέδρα.
Ο Ιστουπινιάν δεν το πιστεύει ότι δεν μέτρησε το γκολ του. Ο Πορόσο συμπαίκτης του είναι αυτός που με την κίνησή του ακύρωσε τον γκολ. Ο τέταρτος διαιτητής πάει να του εξηγήσει του Ιστουπινιάν τι ακριβώς έχει συμβεί. Όπως και να έχει, το γκολ έχει από...
security.
Πολύ ωραία ερώτηση, Μπράμος. Πολύ ωραία ερώτηση. Κομβική θα έλεγα εγώ. Και κέρια στη εξέλιξη τη συζήτηση. Οπωσδήποτε πρέπει να είναι γεννημένο alert. Πρέπει να πάσα στιγμή να είναι σαν τσοπανόσκυλο. Με το όνομα ανοιχτό. Εγώ θα έλεγα να παρακολουθεί και τσοπανόσκυλο. Να δει πώ λειτουργούν. Μετά βλέπει τον άγρο να πηγαίνει σε βοσκού και να σου λέει: μπορώ να πάρω στο τσοπανόσκυλο σαν λίγο. Δεν το περάσω σε ακτινοβάτη, δηλαδή μην το πάνε εκεί προ τα κύρια παιδί μου, γιατί δεν κρίνω, αλλά εντάξει, αν έχει τη σένα του σκυλίου, δεν θα το δούμε. Στην πραγματικότητα, να μην κοιμάσαι, να έχει φτιάξει τον εαυτό σου έτσι, να τον έχει δομήσει έτσι ώστε να μπορεί να λειτουργεί με 20 λεπτά η πρώτη μέρα.
Οπότε εσείς όταν έχετε, ας πούμε, βραδινή βάρδια, γιατί φαντάζομαι κάνετε και βραδινές βάρδιες, τι κάνετε?
Κοιμάμαι, για να πιάνω, ειδικά αν είναι βραδινή βάρδια και πιάνω κατά τη 1 το πρωί, κοιμάμαι 1 με 6, αλλά ο ύπνος, όπως το λέμε εμείς στο security, να κοιμάσαι δηλαδή, αλλά να ακούς κάτι που ξυπνάς. Κατευθείαν. Δηλαδή είσαι alert μέσα στον ύπνο σου.
Δεν είπατε ότι είστε όλη την ώρα alert και μπορεί να κοιμάστε μόνο 20 λεπτά όλη μέρα?
Ναι, το ιδανικό είναι να κοιμάσαι 20 λεπτά, αλλά μπορεί κάποια στιγμή να χρειάζεται να κοιμηθείς 6-7 ώρες, 8. Τι βάρδια όλοι, ξέρω εγώ. Η διαφορά ποια είναι? 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 ώρες, 10 ώρες σου κοιμάται ο σκυλτάς στη βάρδια. Έτσι. Όσες χρειαστεί, 12 ώρες, 12 ώρες. Δουλεύει 24 ώρες ύπνο. Δεν έχει να λέει. Το θέμα είναι πώς κοιμάσαι. Γιατί εδώ έχεις να κοιμάσαι το κρεβάτι σας. Και άρα το μυαλό σας κλείνει, έτσι, σβήνει και κοιμάστε έτσι, έτσι. Έτσι, με τα ποδιά του, τα ποδιά της φύγα, όπως είχε τέχνη, έτσι.
Κύριε Μπάρμπι.
Είδατε, κατευθείαν, αμέσως. Στην πραγματικότητα δεν κοιμάσαι. Κλείνεις τα μάτια σου και αυτοσυγκεντρώνεσαι με τα μάτια φυσικά. Αυτό είναι. Αυτή είναι η διαφορά του ύπνου, του υπεύθυνου security ή του υπαλλήλου security. Και έτσι του κανονικού ανθρώπου κοιμάται. Πάμε στη λύπη. Δηλαδή υπάρχουν διάφορα όπως βουλεύει τον κάθε σκυλιτά ή την κάθε σκυλιστέα. Και στο σκυλιτή πεσόντος. Είναι εδώ. Αυτό τι σου επιτρέπει να κάνεις? Προστατεύει το σώμα σου από γεγονότα. Σε περίπτωση που πει κάποιος ή κάποια που δεν τους περιμένεις, είσαι να πάσα στην περίπτωση. Όπως είσαι εδώ, Κατευθείαν. Υπάρχει αυτό. Εδώ. Αυτό τι σου επιτρέπει? Όλο νομίζω ότι κοιμάσαι και έχεις πεθάνει.
Αλλά όντως κοιμάσαι.
Ναι, αλλά κοιτάξτε εδώ. Με το πρωτοπέλι τρέφα.
Πέρασε αρκετή ώρα μέχρι να το κάνετε.
Ναι, επειδή αυτός εκπλήσε. Αυτό δεν μπορούμε να το ξαναπάμε. Μπορούμε να το ξαναπάμε.
Όχι. Θέλω να δείξουμε ρεαλιστικά πώς θα γινόταν.
Για να το για δουλειά μου.
Τεχνολογική εταιρεία 29 Οκτωβρίου, Παγκόσμια ημέρα ψωρίασης.
Κάτι δεν το κάνω.
Ένα σκοπό. Για να μας.
Όχι, είπατε κάτι και...
Ναι, να κοιμάστε.
Κάτι,
Ναι. Κύριε Μπάμπη, έχετε κάτι?
όχι, μου λέτε, όπως θα το πω, πώς λέτε εσείς, άξιο, λέτε.
Πάμε, 3-2-1, πάμε. Ελάτε.
Όχι, εσείς τι θα πείτε για να σκοτώ?
Θα πω πάμε. Πάμε.
Καλύτερα λέω, είναι καλύτερο να το ξαναπάμε άλλη μια τελευταία.
Δεν χρειάζεται, καταλάβω. Έχει καταλάβει τι άλλο. Ποιο είναι το πιο έτσι επικίνδυνο περιστατικό που σας έχει συμβεί ποτέ?
Θυμάμαι ένα περιστατικό πριν περίπου 2 χρόνια που είχε έρθει ένας τηλιβεράς στον χώρο, που ήταν όντως τηλιβεράς δηλαδή.
Άρα δεν χρειάζεται αυτό.
Ναι, τέλος πάντων, θα καταλάβετε. Και αφήνει την παραγγελία και έρχεται το παιδί κάτω, έχει πληρώσει με κάρτα και έχει να τα πάρει. Εκείνη τη στιγμή ξεχνάει ότι δεν του έχει δώσει προμποάρ. Και φεύγει ένα πουλου τρέχοντας μπροστά μου από τα πλακάκια. Και γλιστράει, πέφτει, σκάνει το κεφάλι πίσω, μένει ανέστητος. Ο τηλεοράς φεύγει και εγώ τώρα να προσπαθώ ταυτόχρονα να περιγράψω τον νεαρό, ο οποίος έχει μείνει ανέστητος,
Και ταυτόχρονα να τρέξω, να πετύχω τότε λιβερά με τον κλοπ για να τον κάνω να σταματήσει το στον κουμπουάρ.
Το Λιβερά τι έφταιγε να φάει το
Δεν για πρέπει να πάρει το κουμπουάρ. Γιατί αν δεν το πάρει, θα εκτεθώ. Και τελικά και το λιβερά δεν προλάβα και το κλοπ πέτυχε ένα αυτοκίνητο που πέρναγε τώρα στο τζάμι και δεν πρόλαβα το νεαρό. Γιατί μέχρι να γυρίσω είχαν έρθει κάτι συναδελφοί και το περιθάλψαν. Και εκτέθηκαν όλα αυτά.
Έχετε δουλέψει ποτέ και σε τράπεζα?
Ναι, έχω δουλέψει σε τράπεζα, έχω δουλέψει σε περισσότερες τράπεζες της Ελλάδος.
Εκεί είχατε ζήσει κάποιο περιστατικό?
Κάθε μέρα παίζαμε στο
Τώρα αρχίζει το πράγμα μου ξεφεύγει. Η ειδική ερώτητα έχει προσλάβει χωρίς κατάθεση.
να μην παίρνει σε άλλη ουρά. Δηλαδή ήταν τώρα στην ουρά για τα ταμεία και είχε πάει ένας ο οποίος θέλει να κάνει ανάληψη και πάει στο υπέτη των ταμείων. Και είχε τον Ακυρά Ανοπούλου, έκρυφη μια κατάσταση. Ένα λάθος να γίνει και να χτυπήσει ο κύριος, να φύγουν τα ταμεία. Και έπαιζε ένα Ανοπούλου.
Παιδιά, αρχίζει το μάτς. Τώρα αρχίζει το παγκόσμιο σκηνικό event με πρωταθλητές και στο live. Πάνω από 1000 αγορές σε κάθε παιχνίδι. Το Flat, το παγκόσμιο, όσο καλύτερες να είναι.
Διψάω, πεινάω. Είμαι έξυπνος μέσα. Και δεν μπορούσαμε να περάσουμε τίποτα. Και τελικά το μόνο που καταφέραμε ήταν ουσιαστικά με ένα χειροτρύπανο φωτιά. Ανοίξαμε μια μικρή τρύπα στο κουμπούκλιο, βάλαμε ένα καλαμάκι για να πάρει λίγο νεράκι. Γιατί είναι έτσι νερό. Και για να φάει, πέραμε τροφή με αυτό το πιο χοντρό το καλαμάκι του χυμού και μασάγαμε την τροφή. Γιατί σπρώχναμε έτσι. Και το γιατί σαν να βίζανε, σαν τα πουλιά. 6 τσικενάκες με πατάτες και αυτός το έκανε σαν το πουλί, ήταν έτσι. Στην αποστολή μέχρι το τέλος. Τελικά του εξηγήσαμε ήρθε ένας πέτρος τράπεζας, μετά από 6 ώρες ήταν να φύγει, θα στην αστυνομία, τους δικούς του, τον ψάχνανε οι δικοί του άνθρωποι, ήρθαν πάλι από το γυροκομείο, έγινε μια ολόκληρη διαδικασία. 30 άνθρωποι είχαμε ζητήσει απ' έξω. Νομίζαμε στην αρχή ότι κάνα διαμαρτυρία. Και τελικά καταλάβαμε αυτό το γύρο. Είναι οριακή κατάσταση. Και είναι η πιο επικίνδυνη στην υποκοσύστη στην καριέρα μου.
Αυτό δεν ήταν επικίνδυνο για εσάς?
Γι' αυτό και ήταν. Εγώ έκανα τα πάντα, κύριε Νοπούλου. Εγώ μάσαγα τσικεντάκια με πατάτες για να του ταΐσω καλαμάκι. Τα πράγματα είναι above and beyond the line, the call of duty, δηλαδή, στην εκπαίδευση.
Σας εύχομαι ό,τι καλύτερο για το μέλλον. Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ.
Και εγώ σας εύχομαι ό,τι καλύτερο για το μέλλον. Να ξέρετε ότι η δουλειά σας, αν και δεν είναι τόσο σημαντική όσο το security, δεν προστατεύετε κόσμο. Υπομία είναι να το προστατεύετε, αλλά στην πραγματικότητα δεν προστατεύετε. Δηλαδή, εσείς δεν πείτε σπίδα ανθρώπινη μπροστά σε έναν άνθρωπο που κινδυνεύει στην εταιρεία σας. Εγώ θα πω.
Εμείς προστατεύουμε την ενημέρωση όμως.
Ναι, αλλά δεν βάζετε τη ζωή σας στη γραμμή πυρός. Εγώ ανά πάσα στιγμή πείτε ότι εσείς πιάνετε δουλειά εδώ πέρα στον χώρο μου και έρχεται κάποιος τσαντάκιας. Εγώ θα μπω ασπίδα ανάμεσά σας στην τσάντα που άμα τη σώσουν. Εσείς όμως θα φύγετε άλλο και θα γίνετε τα παιδάκια. Η τσάντα μπορεί να θυσιαστεί. Ο άνθρωπος ποτέ. Κρατήστε το αυτό με την ευλογία.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ.
Να είστε καλά.
Αν δεν λέμε τη γυναικοκτονία με το όνομά της, ας μην λέμε και τίποτα άλλο.
Κάθε Σαββατοκύριακο.
Μην κουνιέται.
Ας πάρουμε τα πράγματα από την αρχή. Εσείς πώς αποφασίσατε να ασχοληθείτε με αυτόν τον κλάδο?
Λοιπόν, εν αρχή, ο Θεός δεν θα σημαίνει τον λόγο.
Πού είναι αυτό το κινητό για τον πόνο? Είναι Κυριακή στο Αγία πάνω απ' όλα. Πώς μπορούμε να προλάβουμε και να αντιμετωπίσουμε αποτελεσματικά τις ρεσκίδες έκφρασης, ηθική αλήθειες και το γαλλικό πόρτοξ ή την απώλεια βάρους. Τέτοια ζώα, επίγουσα αφαίρεση της πλήθας. Υγεία πάνω απ' όλα,
Πόσες φορές
με
δώσατε
την Γεωργίου. Αύριο στις 10 το πρωί και κάθε
232. Όταν να μην κοιμάσαι, να έχεις φτιάξει τον εαυτό σου, να το έχεις δομήσει έτσι ώστε να μπορείς να λειτουργείς με 20 λεπτά χειρότερη μέρα.
Οπότε εσείς όταν έχετε ας πούμε βραδινή βάρδια, φαντάζομαι κάνετε και βραδινή βάρδια, τι κάνετε?
Κοιμάμαι, για να πιάνω ειδικά σε βραδινή βάρδια και πιάνω κατά τη 1 το πρωί, κοιμάμαι 1 με 6.
Είστε όλη την ώρα alert και μπορεί να κοιμάστε μόνο 20 λεπτά όλη μέρα?
Ναι, το ιδανικό είναι να κοιμάσαι 20 λεπτά, αλλά
αμάρτια όλοι, ξέρω εγώ. Για παράδειγμα, μπορεί να κάνει το άλλο, μπορεί να είναι εδώ. Έχεις κάποιο φως, τι κάνετε. Έγινε μαλάκα, δεν πάω να αποδεί.
Η καλύτερη κλακέτα που έχω δει ποτέ στη ζωή μου.
Ναι, το ξέρω. Είμαι πολύ κακετέρ.
2 δευτερόλεπτα τη ζωή σου.
Sounds like my sex. I'll give you the best 2 seconds.
Αλλά όντως κοιμάσαι.
Ναι, αλλά κοιτάτε εδώ. Με το βλαπέλ πρέπει. Και πες και έναν ángulo. Έχεις πρέπει να μας δει πες. Πας από το κουμπί. Έτσι. Πατάς το κουμπί, περιμένεις. Και πρέπει να γίνει το πράσινο από εκεί να πατήσεις. Να το αληθιωμένο που καταλάβει τη διαδικασία. 6 ώρες είχαμε να γίνουμε τώρα από το πράγμα. 6. Έξι ώρες. Και για να φάει, πέραμε τροφή με αυτό το πιο χοντρό το καλαμάκι του χυμού. Μασάγαμε την τροφή. Και το λέγε, λες και εμβίζαμε. Τον ταΐσαμε 6 τσικενάκες με πατάτες. Και αυτός θα έκανε σαν το πουρί, να λέει έτσι.
Εδώ πρέπει να είναι. Ναι. Κυρία Σταυρούλα, εδώ δεν είναι, παιδιά.
Εδώ είναι, είπαμε.
Γεια σας. Τι μας κάνετε? Κυρία Σταυρούλα, ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ. Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ που δεχτήκατε να είστε σήμερα στην εκπομπή μας, γιατί πραγματικά έλειπε μια καθηγήτρια αγγλικών, κακά τα ψέματα.
Missing. She was missing.
Ναι, ακριβώς. Έλειπε από τη σειρά επαγγελμάτων που κάνουμε.
She was
Missing. Χαρά που σας έχουμε και θα θέλαμε πάρα πολύ να μας μιλήσετε για
It
το
gives you great
pleasure.
joy.
Joy.
Χαρά. Joy, χαρά. Pleasure, ευχαρίστηση.
Θα θέλαμε να μας πείτε για το επάγγελμά σας. Φαίνεται ότι είστε πολλά χρόνια στο χώρο.
2 ζωές και άλλη μία. Αρχικά, για μένα, it is a calling. Δεν είναι απλά μια επιλογή καριέρας. Αποφάσισα από πάρα πολύ μικρή ότι τα αγγλικά θα ήταν η γλώσσα στην οποία θα αφιερωνόμουν. Θυμάμαι την πρώτη φορά που χτύπησα ένα μαθητή μου στο σχολείο.
Επίσης, τι εννοείται.
Καταλαβαίνω ότι είστε μια γυναίκα των επωνομαζόμενων νεαρότερων γενεών και αυτά σας φαίνονται λίγο. Εμείς, στην δική μου την καριέρα και στα δικά μου τα χρόνια, το ξύλο ήταν αναγκαίο εργαλείο εκμάθησης. Χωρίς, ας πούμε, μια γερή σφαλιάρα, δεν μπορούσαμε να προχωρήσουμε στη διδασκαλία. Ήτανε I have και το μεσή.
Εντάξει, τώρα πλέον φαντάζομαι ότι έχετε κι εσείς προσαρμοστεί στο
Έχω συνταξιοδοτηθεί πλέον. Κάνω μόνο ιδιωτικά μαθήματα εντός του σαλόνι μου, όπου πλέον δεν μπορώ να πω τίποτα. Έχω τη μέθοδο διδασκαλίας μου, όπως υπάρχει η Μοντεσόρι κτλ. Υπάρχει και η μέθοδος της κυρίας Σταυρούλας, που γενικότερα έχω τις πινέζες μου, τις καλφίτσες μου, αναπτήρες, τέτοια πράγματα. Πλέον επειδή κάπως δεν είναι και πολύ ωραίο να χτυπάς τα παιδιά, για παράδειγμα. Κάνω μια άσκηση να καταλάβετε. Λοιπόν, feeling anyone, anything, or anywhere. Ωραία. Where is Tony? Can you see him? Can you see him? Δεν το πιστεύετε, βέβαια.
Α, αυτό είναι σε αυτό.
Ναι, γιατί χτύπησε γιατί δεν έχω κρατήσει. Λοιπόν, ξαναλέω. Where is Tony? Can you see him?
Walk.
Ξέρουμε τη δουλειά σας δεν έχετε έρθει εδώ για μαθήματα αγγλικών, αλλά εάν δεν συνεννοηθούμε, δεν θα πρέπει.
Ναι, αλλά δεν ήθελα να κάνουμε μάθημα.
Anywhere. Για όνομα της Παναγίας. Βγάλετε, έχετε πολιτείο κάτι.
Ναι.
Σοκάρομαι.
Θέλω να μας δείξετε τι κάνετε σε μια τέτοια περίπτωση. Δηλαδή, όταν κάποιος δεν μπορεί να αντεπεξέλθει. Ένας μαθητής σας, ας πούμε.
Σε περιβάλλον αιθούσης και αν κυκλοφορούσε στους διαδρόμους, θα έκανε για παράδειγμα περνώντας δίπλα σας anyone, anything, anywhere. Για να σας κρατώσει γρήγορους και πιο δυνατά. Δυστυχώς τα παιδαγωγικά συστήματα πλέον έχουν αλλάξει και δεν μου επιτρέπουν να εκφράζομαι όπως εγώ επιθυμώ. Στην περίπτωση που έρχονται τα παιδιά εδώ στο σπίτι μου, δηλαδή για να τους μάθω, υπάρχουν αναπτήρες, δηλαδή ξέρω εγώ είμαι εδώ πέρα και λέω καίει, αποφάσισε καίει, το ποδαράκι το οποίο βγάζουμε. Ότι είναι με κάλτσα για να καίει άμεσα, γιατί αυτό τώρα μπορεί να πάρει κάποια ώρα με τη θερμότητα γιατί πρέπει να περάσει όλη η όλα. Έχω πολλές φορές μαχαίρι. Παίζουμε αυτό το παιχνιδάκι με το μέχρι να πιάσει σάρκα και λέω όσο δεν απαντάς θα συνεχίζω εγώ.
Τι ηλικίες είναι αυτές?
Από 5 ετών μέχρι 15. Θεωρώ ότι μετά ο άνθρωπος δεν έχει πράγματα να δώσει, να πάρει. Δηλαδή, τις φορές μου έχει παρακαλέσει μια μητέρα να βοηθήσω το παιδί της που ήταν 18 ετών για να δώσει για προφήσεις και λέω καταρχήν κλείστε. I do not take on students that have exceeded 18 years of age. Γιατί? Because, και συγχωρέστε μου τα αγγλικά, αλλά στα αγγλικά αισθάνομαι πιο άνετα, because they are stupid after 17, stupid, they should be shot.
Λίγο υπερβολικό αυτό που λέτε.
Όχι, είναι η γνώμη μου. Θεωρώ ότι τα παιδιά τα οποία δεν έχουν μάθει τα απαραίτητα μέχρι τα 15 του χρόνου πρέπει να πυροβολούνται. Να ρίχνουν στον Κιάδα.
Δηλαδή, πιστεύετε ότι η μάθηση μετά τα 16 χρόνια, τα 15 χρόνια δεν μπορεί να υπάρχει?
Μόνο με σκληρό βασανισμό και εκφοβισμό.
Και πανεπιστήμιο πώς πηγαίνουν?
Αυτό είναι ένα ζήτημα με το οποίο δεν συμφωνώ. Δεν συμφωνώ δηλαδή με τα πανεπιστήμια.
Εσείς δεν πήγατε?
Εγώ πήγα. Αλλά εγώ πήγα επειδή έπρεπε να μάθω. Τα παιδιά σίγουρα πηγαίνουν για τις αφέτες τους, για τις φιλίες τους, σεξ, ανομαλία, αμαρτία κλπ. Είναι κάτι το οποίο με εκφράζει εμένα. Listen, English is not just a language, it is a universal mode of communication. Throughout the world, we have seen, of course, you know this, that English provides us with a platform for us to, how you say, cover distances of both social
Ecuador's all-time record goal scorer.
Αλλά αυτός που
Tempo, that's the way to be doing.
Ήμασε να περάσει ο Πρεσιάδο, αλλά δεν βρήκε συμπαίκτη. Παραπήγε στον Ακέ. De Jong. Να ο Ακέ και τώρα ο Μπλίτ. Μπλίτ σηκώνει την μπάλα για να βρει τον Ντεπάι, δεν καταφέρνει. Μωρός κάνει επέμβαση και παραχωρεί τον πλάγιο. Ξανά Ακέ.
Minus.
Σουτ, η επέμβαση. Ρόμπερ και έρχεται για να σπρώξει την μπάλα στα δίχτυα. Ο Βαλένσια.
Three teams. Three teams in this Group A, currently on 3 points after Senegal's FIFA World Cup Qatar 2022, 3-1 against the hosts earlier today.
Πρεσιάδο. Βαλένσια. Δεν δίνει την μπάλα πάλι στο Πρεσιάδο γιατί είναι εκτεθειμένος. Παίζει με τον Καϊσέδο. Τώρα θα πάει η μπάλα στον Πρεσιάδο, αλλά δεν προλάβει αυτός.
Well, scoring first and as they made
μείνει στο χόρτο, ο Χάκπο προσπαθεί να τα κάνει όλα μόνος του. Θα πάρει το χόρτο, ο Χάκπο προσπαθεί να τα κάνει όλα μόνος του. Σηκώθηκε με
And a yellow card for Jackson Mendes, the first of the game. Challenge on Memphis Depay.
Backside into the opposing player, just accept that. He's not really anything special. Never play the ball.
Teams moved into it.
πέρασε πάσα με το κεφάλι για τον Εστοπινιάν και περνάει και το γύρισμά του. Τρέχει ο Μπλίντερ και το Πρεσιάδο του παίρνει μπάλα. Αλλά δεν προλαβαίνει ο Πρεσιάδο.
A good ball across from Estepinian there. So, Murphy's been quiet as well, Leon.
Είχε το χαρακτηριστικό για να κρατήσει μπάλα.
Following 5 days, no monkeys. I checked when it is in the Netherlands. It's in the defense. Pumpkin, you see going in the here, lad. I don't go fuck at it. Actually, he was always Ecuador, so I don't care.
Σε συνθήκες του τι φαίνει going Nathan okay.
It's just look really, it's just going all
Going Nathan okay.
It's just look really, it's just going all ragged. They're all over the place. They really are. Their wide men are too wide. 3 centre backs are kind of isolated.
Yeah, okay, did well, but it's last ditch defending, and it's not the way that Van Gaal will want it. Desperate defending.
Really, I would argue actually Strada should perhaps have done a little bit better with the finish. Yes, Nathan Ake does well, but Valencia finds him with a good ball.
Really good tempo about the match, not half.
Fully ready. Well, can't be doing the teams in the other way. There's 45 minutes.
Tricky deal. Nathan Ake. Urian Timber being invited to join in. Denzel Dumfries. In the first quarter of this game, Netherlands 1 up and pretty much in control matters. It looked like they might be on the way to a calm and uneventful victory, but it hasn't been that kind of tournament. We've had kind of surprises. The African champions, the South American champions, the Asian champions have already been beaten here in this tournament. The Asian champions have already been beaten here in this tournament. Here's Gakpo, setting up Coop Miners. The European champions, by the way, aren't even here.
I like it. Poor finish. Don't like the finish, that's for sure. I think it's there to hit as well for Coop Miners. Just lays it. Perhaps played back slightly. Too much pace for him. But he should be doing better. Yeah, not so happy now.
Van Gaal said in his press conference yesterday that he expected Ecuador to be better organised than Senegal. They weren't disorganised. He thinks this is a... Van Gaal said in his press conference yesterday that he expected Ecuador to be better organised than Senegal. They weren't disorganised. He thinks this is a smarter team that he's against tonight. In a strange sort of way, when they tried to play it smart in the first half, they were a little bit passive. When they allowed their hearts to overtake their heads, they got into this game. I think you're 100% right, Clive. The second half, they got into this game. I think you're 100% right, Clive. The second half, they clearly played a lot more freedom, and they benefited from it. Not just for the equalising goal, which has been deserved, but there were one or two chances. On top of that, they've been a good watch the second half. On top of that, they've been a good watch the second half. I thought they were okay in the first half, Clive. As I said, they put some pieces within the game, but dare I say, they looked a little bit timid. Not now. So we're approaching the three-quarter mark in the game. We've had only one substitution in the game so far, and I think that's added to the fluency and the rhythm of the match. It's a debate for another time, but I'm not sure 5 substitutes a team is helping. It's a debate for another time, but I'm not sure 5 substitutes a team is helping. You're at the moment. You've got an ally here, Clive. Plus the fact that the only substitution I've had here hasn't stopped the game because it was made at half time. So, no, you've got an ally with that argument. I'm not sure either. Cody Gakpo for his team, 6 minutes into the first half. And Valencia, 6 minutes into the first half. And Valencia for Ecuador, 4 minutes into the second half. Looks like Van Gaal is thinking about changes. Yeah, I couldn't see who it was. I looked up. From Prosedo. He's that kind of player. He's exciting. Yeah. He's a good watch, isn't he? Yeah, really enthusiastic. He's a good watch, isn't he? Yeah, really enthusiastic. Estrada. It's not quite on the same wavelength as Gonzalo Plata. Yeah, I think they're unlucky because Plata goes to go down and make a run down the right channel and he stops. Goes to go down and make a run down the right channel and he stops to come back inside. His manager didn't think he was unlucky, by the way. I don't think he was shouting unlucky son there. Don't think he was shouting unlucky son there. To be fair, he's got more say in it than I have. Uriah Timber. Really could go either way. Dumfries can't keep it in. Next change, Netherlands. We'll see Stephen Berghuis, who started the first game, come on.
I don't know if he's going to be starting or I'd be surprised if he...
Country's better performers in the last couple of years. Ike's best player so far this season. And he's going to take the place of David Klaassen. It's not a major upheaval, but he probably has less of an eye for goal than Klaassen does. I think that's very fair. Slightly more pragmatic. He's scored 7 times for Ajax this season, but he's got a poor return at international level. Berghuis. Wayward from Van Dijk. Caicedo forward. Hunter on the move again.
I want to do an idea in Netherlands. If you have been at my day.
England versus the USA coming live exclusively on ITV1 and STV after this match.
it the guy that made it?
Against his first involvement.
Was it the guy that made it?
Against his first involvement, Gakpo. Denzel Dumfries. Another meaty challenge. Yeah, another Black Gakpo's was penalised. Yeah, just gives him a nudge, doesn't he? It's the opinion away from him. It's a nudge in the shoulder, correct? Good referee again. Here we see it. There you are. Yeah, that's not shoulder to shoulder. That's clearly covering him over from the back. Clear cut free kick that.
Shoulder foot being the first one that was disallowed. Could be more of it. Didn't go for half time. They won't.
Too wide, they complete to keep in. Did you see a little rattle? Could that be fair? Dutch? I would think so. Second half, Clive? Certainly not as sure as they were in the first. This is Jeremy. I would think so. Second half, Clive? Certainly not as sure as they were in the first. This is Jeremy Sarmiento. Right in the arm, yeah. We see the goal again. Lovely shot, low and hard. Well onside, Natanaki's given McGee's a good half yard onside. It's never in doubt that one. Big challenge. Door coming forward again. Crying out to the volley that. Crying out to the volley. I'm not sure he's going to take the touch. Again, he did some medicine there from Dumfries. There's no flag at the moment. One goal, Dumfries. There's no flag at the moment. One goal. It's a fabulous attempt down the front. Didn't it? Couldn't quite believe my eyes as Gakpo was allowed to go on, but the assistant was just correctly waiting for the move to finish. When you say correctly waiting, of course, that's what he's meant to do. So off comes number 11, Michael Estrada, and number 11 is a very important number for Ecuador. They actually retired the shirt 9 years for Ecuador. They actually retired the shirt 9 years ago. FIFA regulations require scores to number 1 to 26, but the 11 on Michael Estrada's back is particularly emotive here because Christian Benitez, who famously wore that shirt, died suddenly here in Qatar in 2013. It was, I can't tell you how big a loss felt throughout the nation. 100,000 people turned out for his funeral in Quito. Benitez was a national hero. I can't tell you how big a loss felt throughout the nation. 100,000 people turned out for his funeral in Quito. Benitez was a national hero, came here to play for a Qatari club and sadly passed in Doha. And that's had an awful lot of mentions in the Ecuador media in the last few days. So that's quite a significant moment, the departure of the number 11 to be replaced by the youngest of the Bright trio, Jeremy. Quite a significant moment, the departure of the number 11 to be replaced by the youngest of the Bright trio, Jeremy Sarmiento. Right, you can stand and shake live and do them proud. Teammates, ex-teammates, do them proud. Right in this game. 20 years of age, youngest in the squad actually, and 25 minutes on Sunday. Still ready to break through at Brighton, but he played his part in the Carabao Cup win at Arsenal earlier in the month. It's another issue for Louis van Gaal's brains trust to think about. Eggers on the move. Oh, come on, boss. Which is really good as well. Might have to take the sunglasses off, I think. Looking secure. So 15 plus added time. 30 then. I don't think there have been too many stoppages in this game. It's an interesting selection that still has the zest to make the most of that role. Tira Molasses in the Dutch squad. You said Young has been functional tonight rather than really making. You said Young has been functional tonight rather than really making an impression on the game. Yeah, I've been disappointed. Excellent creative work. Good work by Mendes, holding off Koopmeiners. As Latinian has been a constant force down that Ecuadorian left. Sarmiento's gone up there as the twin strike. Gone up there as the twin strike partner now of Valencia, with Gonzalo Plata operating just behind them. This Plata. Sarmiento showing. Sarmiento showing. Timber stuck with him, fouled him. He did. He did. He's a little unlucky. He was really, really tight when Sarmiento there, but just started too tight. Felix Torres. Towards Valencia. He did really well chasing back towards his own goal and staring up into the Doha night. Sarmiento, Estepinian. Kicked away from him by Berghaus. Is bound on that course to fans will recognise. Playing in Turkey with Besiktas, but there's only one way he can play.
Leg off, he's on. Leg off, he's on.
A little loose and careless.
But it's okay.
Felix Torres, but no harm has come of it. Lovely football. Seem to have gained more and more energy as the game has gone on, Ecuador. Football in T area as well. Martin Verone is going to be the other addition for Netherlands. The other addition for Netherlands. Gakpo. Gakpo. Placed by Dorado. Minus is the other one who's made by
He's quiet as well, quiet. Really do.
Dorado for Atalanta. Just been off the international scene for the last year or so. Minus his club mate has tended to take his place. Estepinian carrying the fight again down that side. He's been outstanding tonight.
Oh, he's unlucky as well.
He's still won it for them.
Yeah.
Great spirit. Van Beckhorst is on. Still a Burnley player, actually, but on loan to Besiktas, where he scored half a dozen goals in the Turkish league. The 6'6" centre forward is going to need to do some defensive duties first. Deep towards the head of Valencia. Crusader just couldn't help himself.
Oh, it's one of those ones that comes to you and you know you shouldn't, and you just can't stop yourself. Been there 100 times. You're halfway through your, but I shouldn't be doing this, you know.
He's just got an enthusiasm for the game, which is very boyish. He's actually 24. There are younger players on the field, but he plays like a young player.
He really
Plays
does.
to the love of the game. I don't think, well, maybe a Wissendale coach would admonish him for having a crack at goal from there, but why not? Show some ambition. Perosa. It's good again from Clapper. He's another one who's caught the eye tonight.
Clever. Take pride in keeping the ball.
Better side in the second half.
Yes, without doubt. Not even close. But you know what can happen. But I've been very impressed. Second half performance. Without doubt. Not even close. But you know what can happen. But I've been very impressed. Second half performance from Ecuador.
Sarmiento.
Ecuador.
Sarmiento. Torres. Torres. Just got endless resources of energy. Estepinian. He's a wing back. Did you not get it? You're supposed to be a defender, but he isn't, is he?
I think the two of them will sleep tonight.
Yeah, they've had a terrific toss-up. They're very Estepinian down that line. The pie. Put too much of it to Torres. Valencia will chase it. Keeping Timber honest. Win, lose or draw. Have you reassessed Netherlands tonight? Are they World Cup contenders for you?
In terms of reassessing them, they're exactly where I thought they were after the Senegal game, Clive. As I said prior to the match, I thought they just about deserved to be Senegal, but I wasn't overly, in fact, I was far from impressed. Never mind not being overly impressed. And it's very much the same this evening.
Here's Dumfries. I mean, they've provided us with so many modern World Cup memories, but their story in the tournament is, well, one of feast or famine. Of the last 12 World Cups, they failed to qualify for 4 of them, not even been there, but they've reached 5 semis and 3 finals. I mean, talking about the best players never to win a World Cup, then Cruyff and Van Basten and Hullet and company would be up there. Messi and Ronaldo are trying to scratch their names off that list. Trying very hard in Cristiano's case. Those VIP seats look unnecessarily comfortable to me. You could doze off in one of them if the game's not up too much. got like those first-class airline seats where trays and television suddenly flip out. Hot day like this, head goes back, mouth opens, pneumatic drill starts. But this hasn't been that kind of game.
This is just as if, I don't know whether you agree, the last 5 minutes, it's as if they've just been, okay, we'll get our energies, soak them in, ready to go for the next final 10. And I'm hoping that's the case.
The thing is that a draw isn't the worst result for them. Both sides would only need a point from their final game to go through. Qatar would be out of the picture.
Clearly a better result for the Netherlands in that respect.
Brooklyn's opinion again. There's a road runner. He's run into a bit of traffic there. There's a road runner. He's run into a bit of traffic there. Okay.
Don't blame those say that.
Yeah.
Don't blame those say that.
Yeah.
Just the extra touch that does for Caicedo. This one here, that's the one that does for him.
Now this is where Weghorst might come into his own. His goalkeeper is the tallest player at this tournament. Weghorst might just be in the top 2 or 3.
Swing of the right swinger.
Right for the Depay or left for the Perkins.
Swing of the right swinger.
Right for the Depay or left for the Perkins.
Depay's trotted away. Depay's trotted away.
Berghuis hasn't cleared the first man. Timber.
Valencia's been doing the centre circle there.
No offside, I don't think.
He looks far from comfortable, Clive. He's got his hands on his head.
Yeah. Maybe that knee injury is just recurred. Netherlands aren't concerned, they're carrying on. Here's Denzel Dumfries. Majority of people inside the Khalifa Stadium are not very happy about the way Netherlands ignored Enner Valencia. Continue with the attack. The Ecuador goalkeeper is trying to get out of play. It's unmissed. Yeah, it's amazing, man. But you can see the temperatures are rising in the Ecuador camp out of concern for their talisman Enner Valencia.
Look, we're not happy again. As we want to be
Man Enner Valencia.
Look, we're not happy again. As we want to be
The summit meetings, yeah. G12 get-togethers. I don't think they're discussing the environment.
It's a strange one, that. I'm not sure whether right or wrong to it, Clive, but I must admit, when I saw him get down, nobody near him, I'm thinking to myself, just kick the ball out.
There was a specific directive in the Premier League about 3-4 years ago that players should carry on unless it's a head injury. In fact, referees should try to continue the game unless it's a head injury. But then sometimes the players' communion, their feeling for their fellow professionals takes over and they decide to play it out. But sometimes you feel as if they're being dared to do that. In this case, the injury is a significant one. A couple more changes coming up. That's Kevin Rodriguez. He's an inexperienced striker, very tall one. Mario Ibarra started the first game. But this is concerning not just for tonight, but going forward. Ender Valencia, who wasn't injury down for this game, and who we saw on the bench with an ice pack on his right knee. It's the first goal of the game from Cody Gakpo after 6 minutes, which raised Dutch spirits. It's a fantastic hit. It's 4 minutes into the second half. A shot from Estepinian, well saved actually. And Ender Valencia was there and onside to equalise. That's a while ago now. He's the man who's prostrate and indeed being lifted onto a stretch. This is not good.
Yeah, it's not. Stating the obvious, clearly disappointed to see that, because I've enjoyed them so far in the tournament. I know it's only been 2 games. But he's certainly brought us a lot of entertainment. Like everybody, I'm just very hopeful, and that's not the last we'll be seeing him. This to a lot of entertainment. Like everybody, I'm just very hopeful, and that's not the last we'll be seeing him this tournament. Well, his direct replacement will be the tall striker, 6'3" of Kevin Rodriguez, who only made his debut in the last half hour of a warm-up international against Iraq in Madrid a couple of weeks ago. Made a brief appearance at the end of last Sunday's over. He's actually been scoring goals in the second division in Ecuador, but he's carded for a move to the top flight in his country in January. And he's on Ibarra, who went off midway through the second half last Sunday, midfield player who also plays in Ecuador. He's also on. The 6 added minutes here. He's also on. The 6 added minutes here. Feel a bit open. It's just fatigue more than anything. I got injury from last Sunday. You're just getting home. Oh, got away with that. And Rodriguez almost scored his first international goal in the most unconventional manner. He is tall. It's a long leg to get past this. It does. Gave that one a little more. We're just getting in from work and settling down and getting ready for the night. With Gareth Southgate and the team, that game is coming up live on ITV1, STV immediately after the conclusion of this game, which may just point the way to a future opponent for England as they continue their progress. To a future opponent for England as they continue their progress. Winner of England's group will face the team that finishes second in this group in the last 16. Winner of England's group will face the team that finishes second in this group in the last 16. Ecuador in the blue have come from behind. Deservedly on terms. On this by Sarmiento, and a goal was
on this by Sarmiento, and the goal was this by Fresedo, but
Now that was optimistic.
yeah, Massimo Giu of late time, I've enjoyed his performances.
Now that was optimistic.
Yeah, Massimo Giu of late time, I've enjoyed his performances. The two-way boys for Ecuador have been good. Fresedo and the other side, Estefania's been excellent. I've really enjoyed the performances.
Ibarra might make the headway that he hoped. Against Panther and that Reiki.
The most concerning thing would be that he suddenly went down without any contact, or wasn't after a sprint or a leap. He suddenly felt something wrong inside that right knee. Fresedo. Goes Rodriguez again.
There's a bit trouble in the back four about failing with the looks of things.
And if there is a let go in this match, you suspect it's going to come from his team.
Yeah.
They've looked more likely throughout this second half.
I think they're in a better side by a considerable distance second half play.
Caicedo, Fresedo, Sarmiento. Scrambling the corner off the young. Here's an Ecuador throw. Tested throw. Almost 4 of the 6 minutes play. Now it's a corner. Yeah. It's been weary that from Glenn. Springs eternal. Jeremy Sarmiento at Brighton. He's charged with the... Jeremy Sarmiento at Brighton. He's charged with the responsibility of delivering this corner. It was the head of Torres. It came off the head of Van Dijk. Sarmiento has run out of ground.
Yeah, good header again defensively by Dijk. Sarmiento whipping in a little bit of pace into that area. Dutch captain looking strong.
Just hoisted forward by Hincapié. Rodriguez will compete for it. Sarmiento competes for it. Sarmiento competes for it. Good work by Martin de Roon that time.
But the play might have given him a little bit of a nudge there.
Pretty rugged back there, the Ecuador centre backs, but pretty effective too. How much devil there is in this Dutch attack, I'm not sure.
Neither am I. I'm in agreement. Expecting a little bit more, especially at half time with the play coming on. Clive, he's not really get going, and that's slack. That's really slack.
Berghuis going to be punished. Okay. Final games in this group Tuesday afternoon. Netherlands against Qatar, Ecuador against Senegal. And as things stand, a point apiece will do these two teams. It will see them through. Qatar are now officially out of these World Cup finals. But maybe, just maybe, it's Ecuador who will go forward to the weekend with more of a spring in their side. You would expect Netherlands to see it through against the host nation and take their place in the last 16. But that Ecuador-Senegal game is difficult to call, but the way Ecuador came back tonight, recovered from the early blow that Cody Gakpo so stylishly delivered and found a reply through Ene Valencia, gives them a real lift going forward. The downside for him is Valencia's knee injury. It's an ongoing problem and he needs his talisman. Thoroughly entertaining. It's finished Netherlands 1, Ecuador 1.
A big thank you to Clive Tilsley and Ali McCoist as it ends a goal apiece, a point at the Khalifa International Stadium. A great point for Ecuador, you've got to say. They were seen as the International Stadium. A great point for Ecuador, you've got to say. They were seen as the underdog coming into this contest. As for the Netherlands, so much is expected of them. They have a world-class manager at the helm, and you come to think of this Netherlands side as a team that can travel far in these competitions. Look, they can still make it through to the knockouts, and it looks as though they will. However, disappointing performances from them, and we'll delve into that in just a few moments' time. But let's just first of all show you how the game played out between Qatar and Senegal from earlier on. Well, these are the goals. Boula Dia broke the deadlock in the 41st minute. It was Juju that doubled the lead early in the second. Qatar did get on the score sheet before Dieng in the 84th minute to give Senegal a 3-1 win over the host. So what does that mean? You heard Clive Tilsley say it. Qatar are now out of the World Cup. It's actually the earliest that a host nation has exited a World Cup in history, and that's the table. Netherlands, Ecuador, Senegal are the three teams that could make it through to the knockouts, but you've got to say the Ecuador-Senegal game, that is going to be huge. Now I have Hal Robson-Kanu, Eni Aluko and Nigel de Jong here in the studio with me. Nigel, your thoughts?
Yeah, disappointed. You already touched base on it. I think if overall over the game, over the span of 90 minutes, I think we thought that we would get away with 3 points out of it. But sometimes you have to give credit also to the opponent. And if you look just on the brighter side of it, over the 90 minutes, I think a point equal was deserved for both teams. I thought Ecuador was the better team over my preferred touch. It's hard to admit that, but it is what it is. And I think, especially based on the second half. They deserved and they had the better chances. I said it during halftime. Don't concede in the first 50 minutes. What happens? They concede straight away. So the morale of the team goes down, and you see they have really difficulties going forward. Also based to the fact that Memphis Depay is not match fit yet. We didn't look.
And here's that moment, Valencia playing his part once again.
Yeah, I mean, this guy already 3 goals in the tournament. Ecuador heavy reliance on him. He does great. This is a good forward play. He follows in. You see how Ake stops there? I think that's poor defending. He's got to continue and expect the goalkeeper to parry that. He's trying to play offside. There's no guarantees with offside, particularly with VAR. Valencia is sharper there, and another goal for him. But it sets up an amazing game, final game for Ecuador-Senegal. It's also huge for that game. Huge. That's going to be a big one.
And look at that stat. Valencia has scored 6 consecutive World Cup goals and is on a list of some rather talented players. Eusebio Rossi as well, Nigel.
Selenko.
From
Russia in 1994.
Exactly. You knew that, didn't you? How long did it take you to work that out? Only 45 minutes to work that out.
Only 45 minutes to work this out, yeah, exactly.
But Hal, actually, that said, Ecuador had a chance to win this game, didn't they?
They did, and we said at half time, that they just needed to keep doing what they were doing, and they did. And they started to get the second half well, got the goal, and actually they should have. They just needed to keep doing what they were doing, and they did. And they started to get the second half well, got the goal, and actually they should have really taken the lead. It was a fantastic strike again, similar to to Hagpo's goal in the first half in terms of the technique used to really drill it, and unfortunately it's just rising a little bit too high. And I think the keeper's obviously well away from that. So, yeah, as we said, their performance was really good, and they're one of the teams who has really impressed me in the tournament in terms of their commitment, their application, and actually you saw their celebration at the end. They're clearly a team. They're showing that togetherness, and as we said, they look on top to qualify for the next round.
Well, just before we say goodbye to you here from the studio, let's just show you exactly how the game played out between Wales and Iran from earlier on, and how all of the drama was left late on in this one.
Yeah, it was. And, losing a man in any game is going to be difficult. But I think Wayne Hennessy, it is a red card, and he didn't didn't protest the decision. But then going down to 10 men, you're chasing the game as it is, and it's tight defending from Wales. I think it's been physically demanding for the team, for the group, and late on in the game, you're chasing it again and 1-0 down, and ultimately, Iran showed some really good quality with the finishes. We saw their finishes against England, so we knew what they'd on in the game. You're chasing it again at 1-0 down, and ultimately, Iran showed some really good quality with the finishes. We saw their finishes against England, so we knew what they could do. And so, from an emotional perspective, as we said, the Wales players, the fans, everyone. Emotional perspective, as we said, the Wales players, the fans. Everyone's very much invested in the performance, and as we said, they need to turn it around very, very quickly.
And it's a big game for them against England next. Well, look, it's time for us to say goodbye in the studio. Thank you, team. Really enjoyed your company as always, and thank you for your company as well. And we've just got the small matter of England up against the USA next. And after the break, Mark Pugash will be joined by Ian Wright, Gary Neville, and Roy Keane for live coverage of the game. You can see the England bus arriving at the Al Bayt Stadium as they are all set to take on the USA. We're very much looking forward to that. We'll see you soon.
All the feelings of football, sponsored by Google Pixel 7.
Celebrate Italy not qualifying for the football with spicy Italian flavours. The ultimate spicy sausage.
Now on ITV1, before the big game kicks off, we head to Actonians Football Club in West London. Now on ITV1, before the big game kicks off, we head to Actonians Football Club in West London.
Prize visit from Tesco.
This year, Tesco Community Grants have funded new equipment for this football club to help them grow their female teams. We've come along to see how they're getting on and help them celebrate Christmas. Come on. Hello. Who wants a pre-match snack? All in. Your eyes lit up there. Come on, everyone. Let's stand for joy this Christmas. Tesco Community Grants, helping good causes across the UK.
She's not even going to make it home for the highlights at this rate. And that's why KFC Read sponsors ITV's coverage of the FIFA World Cup.
Good evening. England made their best ever start to a World Cup on Monday, 6 goals against Iran. But Gareth Southgate still thinks they can play better. They'll face a tougher task tonight against the USA, but Harry Kane is fit, and another 3 points will send England into the last 16 with a game to spare.
The opening game of the World Cup, there's a lot of pressure on it.
The issues clearly are in defence, aren't they? A lot of players out of form.
I always find it very difficult watching England in their first
People have a lot to say, but it's down to us to do the business and go out there and prove them wrong. We want to take our fans on these journeys like we've been in the last 2 tournaments.
The lace lady, travel with grace lady. I can't afford to cover the course, of course, baby. Settle that one in corpus, judging by the basis.
England get on to their best ever start of the World Cup finals. 6-2 to switch David.
My guy plays the best, glorious purpose.
because that talent from the bench is frightening. These lads don't disappoint, and they always just step up. You can trust them. You can trust our manager. States are going to come out with games on Wednesday. The game will be much harder. There's no question. We've got to make sure that we're ready for it.
Jude Bellingham was the star performer in an impressive team display that put Iran away. The 19-year-old is undroppable at the moment. And Harry Kane has had a scan on his foot, and he's good to start this evening. There was no turkey for the USA players on Thanksgiving yesterday. They hope to have more reason to give thanks tonight. Let's have a look at the group table then, after Iran beat Wales 2-0 earlier. And just to say it again, if England do win, they're through to the last 16. Their game against Wales is on Tuesday. Good evening. We hope you're all settled in at home for this one on a cold November Friday night. Roy Keane, Gary Neville and Ian Wright are with us at the Al Bayt Stadium. Good evening, everybody. Ian, you've been warming up by playing darts with the England players. How was that?
Yeah, it was brilliant. I went down and saw Josh Denzel in the Lions Den, which is really cool. It's a cool little thing they've got going down there. So it's Kieran Trippier and Callum Wilson and Declan Rice. It was really cool. We had a good laugh.
You win?
Yeah.
You lying?
Yeah. I don't know. Declan Rice got like 80. It was amazing because that last dart he threw, there was like 40. That's why he's so happy. It was really good. It was really nice. Honestly, I'm not joking.
We hear an awful lot about team spirit in sport. You hear an awful lot about how is the mood in the camp, and I think it's quite hard for fans to interpret that. So give us an idea of what you found when you were down there.
Well, if them three guys like Kieran Trippier, Declan Rice and Callum Wilson's vibe and energy is anything to go by, then it's very cool, it's very calm. It was very jovial, very focused. It was nice to be amongst. You could feel it. You could feel the energy. Very together. It's beautiful.
I mean, you never hear it beforehand. Oh, things aren't really good, are they? It's only if a team goes out, they think, well, actually, we were never really that close anyway. Do you know what I mean? Steve Archibald, former Scotland player, came out with a great quote, Gary. Team spirit is an illusion glimpsed in the aftermath of victory. He's saying it's a very brittle thing.
There is a little bit of that, but I think in a tournament, when you've got 26 players, 15 of them not playing, maybe 8 of them might not even get on the pitch in the whole tournament, you do need a good group of lads because they can bring the sort of real mood down if they don't enjoy each other's company. I think the lads who aren't playing are as important as the lads who are playing. The lads who are playing are obviously focused. They're always really happy because they're obviously on the pitch. It's the lads that are out of the dressing room. They look like a really good spirit. Gareth's always, I think, put that on the forefront. He's played in some dressing rooms with England where it's not always been the best.
And he's right to feel positive about England at the moment, isn't he?
Yeah, obviously they've had a good start. 6 goals. And I never believe all that nonsense that people come up with. I never hear a manager or media come out and say there's a bad spirit in the group. There should be after the first game, and after 3 or 4 days away. They look fairly happy having a game of darts. They're going to be upbeat. Most important thing over here is to win football matches. We'll see if they're laughing in a few weeks.
That is the challenge for the England team.
The mood of the nation.
Unchanged team for the first time since the World Cup semi-final. That's 53 games since Gareth Southgate named an unchanged side. And you could imagine after beating Iran 6-2 that it was fairly straightforward for Gareth Southgate to name an unchanged side. Ian, Raheem Sterling's been a difficult start to his Chelsea career. Do you feel that being back in the England fold might just have given him a little bit of a lift?
Well, there's somewhere that he's very much loved, and we know what he's capable of. We saw that with the Euros, and he's playing a little bit of a different role with England, playing more down the centre. It seems to be like once he gets the English shirt on, he's ready to go. It's like I saw it in the Euros, but when you look where he's the spaces he's picking up, he's giving Luke Shaw a lot of space because they don't know who to pick up. The centre half, the midfielder, who's picking him up. He's dropping into that kind of area, and he's giving Luke Shaw that kind of time to be able to get the ball in the box. And this is perfect. Look at the 2 midfielders. Who's picking him up? No one. He drops off of them. Then again, plays it into Luke Shaw, and then we see like Jude Bellingham scoring this fantastic header. It's just very tough to pick. This is his goal again, down the centre. Harry Kane, because the problem we had is when Harry Kane's not in there, who's getting in there? He's doing that now. That was something that used to bother me a lot, and he's doing that now. He's in there, and he's causing a lot of problems in those spaces.
Not meaning to about that spirit thing, but we've actually got lads now who enjoy playing for the country and play better for the country than they do for their clubs, and that is unusual for England.
And when you have that maybe free role, but we've seen some of the clips there, people always think that's an easy position to play because there's kind of no responsibility. But you do need that football intelligence, when to move, when to stand still, decision making. And we've gone back.
He's got better with that.
Oh, absolutely. He's obviously mature. He's had a difficult few months at club level. It's been a new change for him, of course. But he's got that quality which we've seen over the years. But people still probably underestimate him. But we've said a man to his boy, he's a quality player.
The question marks were still about the defence, and they're fair enough still to be about the defence. What do you make of the opening game and Harry Maguire? Again, like Sterling's had a difficult time at club level.
It was a brilliant game for England. I think that if you Harry's so important, I think, with John Stones here, because if we're going to keep that front six together, and the mood of the nation feels like they want England's expressive players, their attacking players to play. And for that to happen, we need to play with the back four, which means they don't have to drop on the front six. But just look at this goal here. Just that little bit of clever movement. Harry's just feet getting stuck a little bit. And when players come off a pitch, even though they've won 6-2, if you're a defender and you've been at fault for a goal, you just have that bug in your mind.
Is that his body position as
well?
Yeah,
he's too side on. He's just a little bit flat-footed, on his heels. And I think Harry will try to get through this game tonight with John Stones, clean sheet, and making sure they don't have a mistake in them.
But it's always there, isn't it, with Maguire as well. He's done a tournament for England. He knows this. His teammates know it. More importantly, the opposition will know it. That's not going to avoid that issue. Slow on the turn, he will get caught behind.
But Mark, it's my fear, because if they do have to bring an extra defender in, it means that Bellingham or Mount or someone in that attacking lineup, Saka or Sterling, have to come out, and that'll be a shame.
That's for further down the line. Let's get down to Laura Woods and Karen Carney now. They're pitchside for us this evening.
Mark, thank you very much. We've been here for a couple of hours watching it build up, watching the fans, USA and England come in. Karen and I have been talking about the last performance. Karen, how important was our bench, those substitutes that came on and affected the game?
Well, the first 11 were brilliant, as we've said, and he stuck with it. Consistency is really key. But I have to say our bench is arguably just as good as Brazil in terms of it can turn to anyone at any point and go, what does this game need? Do I need to stretch it? Do I need to bring on Rashford? Do I need a Grealish, Foden or a Henderson to shore it up? So he's got a brilliant bench, and I've always said you're as strong as that, and maybe that was our weakness in the Euros why we didn't win, because we didn't utilise them as quick as we should have.
How different will the threat from USA be today? How different a game do you expect?
It will be different. The result is imperative as well for them. But I think they pose a really strong counter-attacking threat. Pace. They're young. They're energetic. We saw what Pulisic did to Wales, sprinted through and then put Weir through. So we have to be really, really mindful of that. And as well, so that means Bellingham and Rice have to protect our back line. We just spoke about it then in the studio. To be really mindful of when you're in the ball, if we lose it, they're going to sprint back. So you have to be really careful. And I think maybe Bellingham won't go as much forward as we saw in the first game.
Gareth Southgate was saying after that first performance, there are things that we can still improve on. Individually, what do you think they are, Gareth?
Well, look, we conceded 2 goals. Clean sheets is part of the formula of winning major tournaments. So I don't think it's a bad thing to him to say, hey, we've still got things to work on, because that's where complacency can set in. This is 1 of 7 to win a World Cup. This is number 2. So you need to keep improving every single game. I don't think it's a bad thing.
Roy Keane was saying that team spirit isn't that important. What do you think?
He needs to cheer up, Roy. Come on. No, we'll see at the end, Roy. We'll see at the end.
It is starting to build up nicely. There are some problems with traffic outside the stadium. We've had fans that are saying that actually it's down to 2 lanes. It's a little bit busy. But as it stands at the moment, it's starting to get a lot busier in here. Of course, we're expecting a lot more. Back to you guys.
Roy will be smiling if England play well. There's no question of that. We're going to talk about the USA next. And England have met them twice before in World Cups. The first was in their debut in the tournament. That was back in 1950. Billy Wright, Tom Finney and Alf Ramsey, part of a team humiliated by Joe Gaitchett in Belo Horizonte. 1-0 the final score. And then in 2010, they drew 1-1 in Rustenburg in South Africa in the opening game. Steven Gerrard's early goal was cancelled out by Clint Dempsey. So the Al Bayt Stadium in Al-Khor in northern Qatar will see the 3rd instalment, with England still seeking a first World Cup win against their opponents.
All the feelings of football, sponsored by Google Pixel 7.
Hi,
Last night, Chris became the latest celeb to lead camp. Tonight, we'll discover our final four, who all get the chance to take on everyone's favourite trial, Celebrity Cyclone.
That's how much when we get me on if you have the slightly later time of 9:15. See you then.
Hey, you.
Oh, it's terrific from Messi. Offers dancing feet. It's magic! The local team has won it!
Do you ever think of what your skin goes through every day? Game time and playtime. Dove Men Plus Care protects and cares for your skin with triple action moisturizer and 48 hours protection.
Let me stand next to your fire.
In Costa Rica, we know the beautiful game can also remind us how beautiful life is. When we come together to recognize our shared humanity and work toward common goals, like helping to protect our environment, connecting with nature and each other. That's Pura Vida, essential Costa Rica.
Would you like some chicken with that gravy? The KT Gravy Double Bucket, available this Christmas.
People's Postcode Lottery's biggest ever prize draw is here. For a draw this big, we are going big as we travel to the winning postcode area. We've also got ITV on board to add a little magic and help spread the word. I am on it.
I'm all over it, Babs. Let's do this.
For your chance to win a share of £16.9 million, sign up and play at postcodelottery.co.uk before midnight on the 27th of November.
Game's about to start. Shocker. Good idea, or maybe not. And that's why KFC Delivery sponsors ITV's coverage of the FIFA World Cup.
Be sure to check out our new mobile game, Knockout. Test your knowledge of the day's matches against other viewers each day at the end of our last live game. Today's quiz starts at 9. You must be 18 or over. You can download it using this QR code or simply search Knockout and ITV Sport in your app store. This US camp features two sons of wonderful players who never made it to a World Cup themselves. There's Timothy Weah, goal scorer against Wales, and son of George, a former Ballon d'Or winner. And their assistant manager, Anthony Hudson, third from left with a beard, is son of Alan, who played for Chelsea and Stoke, amongst others, but only won 2 caps for England in the 1970s. Now, if there's any doubt about how big soccer football is over in the US at the moment, take a look at broadcaster Fox's promotional film for this World Cup. It stars Mad Men's John Hamm as Santa, Tampa Bay quarterback Tom Brady questioning whether Cristiano Ronaldo is too old, and of course, with it being Christmas, Mariah Carey.
First time ever the FIFA World Cup will be played during the holiday season.
But the biggest sporting event on the planet is back in the middle of the holidays.
I actually think it's going to make the holidays a lot better.
Are they caroling?
Kind of.
Holy conspiracies. What are we standing around for? We got work to do. We're going to need a ton of stars. And lots of sweaters. Some freshly baked cookies. A little nutmeg.
So lots of mistletoe.
It's getting kind of old, isn't it?
3,000 more Mbappe!
A song.
Do you have any idea how busy I am this time of year?
Okay, maybe not a song, but just think of the lights.
Your West, that's that. Hold the hand, lays it off, back it back.
At the US winning it all would be Christmas spirit.
Well, just remember the next World Cup is co-hosted by the US. Phil, your brother, obviously is in the US at the moment. Thanksgiving yesterday, they're expecting a record audience TV-wise tonight, aren't they?
Yeah, could be the biggest ever. I think in America today, they're thinking that could be something quite special for them. Really excited about this group of young players over there. They think that it could be a tournament too soon for them in terms of got massive energy and talent, but quite youthful. And the coach prefers players from Europe rather than the sort of home-based players. It'll be interesting to see how they are tonight, because I think in that first game against Wales, particularly that second half, they just died off a little bit of energy. A few of them haven't played regularly.
Let's have a look at the American team then. Only one of them is an MLS player, Zimmerman, who actually gave away the penalty for which Gareth Bale equalised. The rest are otherwise European-based players. Josh Sargent of Norwich drops out. Haji Wright, second top scorer, Turkey, comes into the side. What does that team say to you, Ian, when you look at it?
Well, but like Gary said, a lot of energy. I think Tyler Adams is a massive plus for them, what he does in the midfield. Good to see there's Musa in there, simply because I thought that Christian Pulisic's his set play delivery the other day was terrible. Maybe he might be able to take it. But yeah, I think Tyler Adams is the one, gives them all the energy, with the interceptions, he drives it forward. Perfect for Leeds in the way they play the energy. And that's why they started as well as they did, because the energy he gives them as well.
Yeah, they were certainly excellent in the first half, but I think a lot of teams will be better after the first game, particularly players who haven't been regularly. Yeah, they run out of ideas. Obviously, the second half, the options off the bench. I think the manager was criticised. Wales got on top. But I think, obviously, we talk about the energy, but energy is not enough to get you a result in international football. They need a little bit more. They do lack that quality, and they've got, obviously, they're very inexperienced.
That goal they scored with Christian Pulisic's very good to do. That's the kind of quality they can do. I thought they're pretty slack with it. They're taking too long to get the ball into the front end for me in the first game.
Second youngest squad, so they're clearly thinking about the World Cup, although you've got to worry about today. But obviously, given the experience of what they'll go through the next couple of weeks, should stand them in good stead for 4 years' time.
Yeah, I think this will be good for them. I think they need it. All the younger players, they've still got some experience. I mean, Pulisic, we talk about Pulisic, you still feel like you want a lot more from him. He's got massive talent. He can go past players like they're not there. But then you always just feel like he falls that little bit short when it really matters. And tonight's a massive stage. Maybe he can step up. He's the most talented player, probably the best player. And I think it's about time he did grab, the bull by the horns.
On to more serious matters then. The FA and the other European associations who plan to wear the One Love armband here in Qatar have faced criticism this week after being seen to back down on showing support for the LGBT community. They're accused of giving in to FIFA's demands not to wear it. Gabriel Clark has been speaking exclusively to the FA's chief executive, Mark Bullingham.
It's very important to understand what happened here. We have been very clear we wanted to wear it and we were committed. And on Saturday before the game, we felt we reached an understanding where we would wear it. We hadn't got permission, but that we would then face a fine for it. Unfortunately, then on the day of the game, they gave us 10 minutes notice, 2 hours before we were due to go to the game, face a fine for it. Unfortunately, then on the day of the game, they gave us 10 minutes notice, 2 hours before we were due to go to the game, And they came here with 5 officials, and they ran us through a scenario where, at a minimum, anyone wearing the armband would be booked and would face disciplinary action on top of that.
What was the disciplinary action on top of that?
It was unlimited, and they would take disciplinary action against any player who was wearing the armband on top of having a yellow card.
So Harry Kane, assuming it was Harry who wore that armband, would have got minimum a yellow card, but then could have been banned for further games, you're saying?
That's correct.
Could it have gone further than that? Are we talking about points deduction for England?
It's not clear. They just said that they would take disciplinary action, and obviously there's unlimited liability effectively in that action.
How would you describe the behaviour of FIFA then?
So the way they acted was completely unprecedented. All I can say is the level of feeling was really high. We were frustrated, we were angry. We thought it was outrageous the way that this was handled.
Ian Wright summed it up for a lot of people. He said there's no protest without risk. It would have been such a powerful protest to actually put something on the line, like the LGBT community do every day of their lives.
I understand that, and look, it's a valid point of view that people have. We felt we couldn't put the players in a position where the World Cup, which many of them have dreamt of playing since they were young, suddenly they might not be able to play a part in it, suddenly they might be facing a ban, and that's just not a scenario which we felt we could put them in.
Would you agree that the one legacy from this tournament is that the World Cup is not in future awarded to a country where homosexuality is criminalised?
I do think that as any bidding criteria, you have to have a basic level of human rights, and that's absolutely part of the discussion that has to be had. I think that has to be had at the point when countries bid for the World Cup, not a discussion that takes place in the build-up to it.
For many LGBT fans and figures in football, the last week has underlined men's football remains a place where to be gay is to be isolated.
I understand the hurt the communities are feeling, and that's the last thing we wanted to do. We want to show support for these communities, and it's incredibly frustrating for us that we've not been able to do so.
And here's a FIFA statement for you. FIFA says it's an inclusive organisation that wants to put football to the benefit of society by supporting good and legitimate causes, but it has to be done within the framework of the competition regulations which are known to everyone. So, Ian, Mark Bulliam understood what you said. Do you understand what he said, which is effectively we could not risk a points deduction, a potential unlimited sanction against our players?
Well, listen, you're looking at FIFA as an organisation turning up at England's hotel 2 hours for a game, like, mob-handed, threatening them with what they can do. I'm sure that's going to frighten them a little bit, but they decided to do it before the tournament. And for me, I'm going to stand by what I said. You know, I said a couple of nights ago that there's no protest without risk. There's nothing Mark can say on it. You know, I wanted them to wear it. They didn't wear it. The FA have now given their reasons why they couldn't do it. And, you know, I'm done with it, bro. I'm done.
You worked within the FA when you worked with Roy Hodgson in the England team. What do you make of what you heard from Mark Bullingham?
It's what I expect the FA would say. They're a risk-averse organisation, always have been. Doesn't surprise me that FIFA have acted like that. They're a rogue organisation who, to be fair, I think in this particular tournament are probably seeing them at their worst. They don't need to be that way. They represent world football. I don't think they're a great face for world football. I think what's an armband going to do really to harm FIFA? You know, I accept the fact that ultimately they've got rules and laws against political protest. Players can't pull their shirts up and see T-shirts. We saw, you know, I think Bentner got fined for an advertisement, you know, years ago. But the reality is, I think they should have seen it through because they'd spoken so much about it and they backed themselves into a corner on it. But they also have a situation whereby I think football players are being asked a lot of nowadays. We've got players now just through like Rashford who fought political battles and won. We've got Raheem Sterling who spoke out 4 or 5 years ago on racism, who I think changed the landscape of how we discuss racism nowadays in football. But it always seems to be football players that have been asked to put themselves in the forefront. But every other sector in the country that has relationships with the Middle East or parts of the world where it's illegal to be gay, they're okay just to carry on doing what they're doing. So I'm proud of them lads that play for England. They're a great group of bunch. They've done more for English football and for England, I think, in the last 4 or 5 years than most. However, I think they probably should have seen it through because they backed themselves into a corner. Once you say you're going to do something, you follow through with it.
Yeah, the interview there, obviously, with the FA, obviously, just a bit of PR. I agree. The players felt that strongly about it. I don't think there would have been deducted points, all these sanctions. Obviously, they're just threats. If the players strongly believe in it, which they've been talking about for a long time, stick to your guns. and be prepared to take that punishment.
We will move on from Bullingham to Bellingham, and a young football career that's only just started and started in Birmingham. Next, we'll hear about the story of Jude's football roots at just 19. There's plenty to be written yet.
All the feelings of football, sponsored by Google Pixel 7.
Do you want to build your own bet? Then you need to try Bet Builder from Bet365. Who? When? What? How many? It's totally up to you. It's your bet. You decide. Download the app and see for yourself why Bet365 is the world's favourite online betting brand. And please, gamble responsibly.
Looking from a window above, it's like a story.
Why do you make a Christmas list?
Can you
A list?
hear me?
Alfie?
I walk on me yesterday, I'm moving further away. When you need me, all I needed was the love you gave. All I needed for another day. All I ever knew, only you. All I needed was the love you gave. All I needed for another day.
What was on your list
All
anyway?
I ever knew, only you.
With the cost of energy rising, no one should be left feeling powerless.
My energy bill has just gone up. I'm going to have to pay twice as much. I'm on pension credit. I can't do that. Well, you've done the right thing by calling us. There's always something we can look into. Let's start by
At
taking your
British
account.
Gas, we receive calls like this every day, which is why we helped establish the British Gas Energy Trust to ensure support is available for everybody, no matter who your energy provider is. If you're struggling with your bills, the first step is contacting your supplier. Search British Gas today.
Winter was lonely for the Yeti, but after saving big with up to 40% off at Amazon, Yeti was ready to be seen. Save up to 40% in the Amazon Black Friday week.
No, not yet, Noddy. Don't you know the football's on? And have we got some treats for you? Exclusive luxury party food from just £3. Or get a hat trick of party favourites with any three for just £5. Pretty good spread, isn't it, Noddy? Discover the land of party in-store and online at Iceland and the Food Warehouse.
Nuggets fans, Select fans, come together with the McDelivery chicken combo for $15.99.
Football fever has come to town with the first ever winter tournament.
Good. Yeah, really good.
Wicked ink. I love Labradors. Anyone could get carried away this tournament. Whatever regrets you might have, don't let gambling be one of them. Gambling harms can affect anyone. Search Be Gamble Aware to learn how limits and other advice can help you avoid bet regret.
They're quite late for kick-off.
No, I'm in.
Oh, bit tense. And that's why KFC Delivery sponsors ITV's coverage of the FIFA World Cup.
We're absolutely loving the football. We've got top-class racing on ITV3 on Saturday. Here at Newbury at 3:05, it's the Coral Gold Cup, which used to be the Hennessy. And up at Newcastle at 2:10, we've got the Jude Bellingham of the sport. Constitution Hill is just about the best young horse we've got in racing. Can't wait to see him tomorrow afternoon. We hope you can join us on ITV3. And Ed's mentioned him. There's no doubt that Jude Bellingham has a huge future in the game. With all the talk now of where he goes next when he leaves Dortmund, the teenager will always remember where he started his journey.
Seeing Jude, director Bellingham. Oh my God.
For all his record breaking, he's yet to score for England. Will that be bothering him? Yeah, 100%.
He was right. Finally, I've done it.
Bellingham is there!
Had a real appetite to be the best at everything he turned his hands to. Oh my God, yeah, well.
Yeah. All like really key moments for me growing up.
We used to get a bus back from the school. He made me feel welcome, so I thought that was good for me. Yeah. So I think he's a nice kid. So this is a young Jude Bellingham. That's a decent hat.
At 6'7", I got the bug and I was like hooked on football, but you still don't think you're going to play as a professional. So it was probably until about 10, 11 where I thought I could do it professionally, when I'm going to give everything to make sure it happens.
Trophies bigger than him. Winning trophies from young. I like it. Jude's parents worked with Mike and the academy to map out an accelerated learning curve. Soon every major club knew Bellingham from Birmingham. At 15, 16 years, the whole of Europe coming to watch. We played Liverpool in the cup competition and we beat them 8-3. Jude scored 4, set up 3. That's probably the point where I went, okay, this ball's going to be special.
When you set yourself goals short and long term, I think to establish myself in the 23s and hopefully one day in the first team.
At barely 16, Jude became Birmingham's youngest ever player. If there's one thing Birmingham gave above all, what was it?
Opportunity.
He played a season in the Championship within 8 months.
At St Andrews. That's probably the best moment actually of my life.
Bellingham in this moment, he put it!
I've never felt like as happy as that ever. It's my first goal for Birmingham City, and they were the youngest ever scorer. Like, there's one moment I can relive so far, is that over and over again I do it. It gives me goosebumps, like just talking about it really. One of the first messages was my dad. He messaged me saying it just made me cry.
He gained trust of senior players, he gained trust of first team staff where they're throwing him into games knowing that he was going on to be one of the best players, and for a 16-year-old I think that's a massive accolade for him. If you don't play that championship season with Birmingham, are you here where you are right now? No chance. The last year with Dortmund and England has seen the evolution of a unique talent. Technical, physical, with a tactical intelligence that comes from a century of games across the highest level. He's added goals to his game this season. He's grown even more of a presence. He really believes he's one of the best young players in world football.
I know what I'm good at, I know what I need to improve on, but I don't try and play a way that's different to how I would play it naturally, so I always go out and feel free. I've got a bit more mature, I'd like to think a bit smarter, but other than that, I'm still the same boy.
You love the game?
Love the game.
If there is a danger, what is it? Expectation maybe. He hasn't made many mistakes in his journey, but what does it look like when he does make a mistake? How do we support him as a nation? Because if we support him in the right way, you've got potentially one of the best players in world football.
Really enjoying this actually. You can't put into words that feeling. There's my trademark. Hands out like that.
It looks like a baller though.
That's quality, that is.
Are you sure to us that we can get through and make it at a club? If there's one thing you always said to him before a game that you'd say right now, what would it be?
Go be the best player. Wow. Makes me feel a bit emotional actually, but I'll try my best.
It's fashion from you. That is crazy. Yes.
Well, he's a better player. He's a better player. The options that Gareth has got, we've seen that in the last few games. More dynamic, he's obviously moved forward, but obviously he was going good. He's a big, strong player, he's mature, he's played what we were just talking about there, 150 games now. It looks like it's easy to him. He's very mature. He's got a great stage. Now he's 19 years of age. My goodness, the kid is. He's still a child. 19 years of age. My goodness, the kid is. He's still a child. He's still a child. On the shoulders.
It's almost carried away with what he could be, isn't it, Gary?
I think we should get carried away because I think these lads are a different breed in the sense that you see the way they do their interviews. I think there would have been a protective ring thrown around him 20 years ago, 15 years ago by clubs, by the managers, by probably the FA.
Sort of like Michael Owen.
Yeah, Michael Owen, you weren't allowed to do interviews. Now he just stands up. They're like leaders at 19. And I say, Roy says he's got everything, 6'1", can run forward, can take the ball to his feet, understands the game, gets the players, massive energy, almost like the perfect midfield player. If you were sort of making a perfect midfield player, you'd almost say that was him.
And also it gives fresh impetus to a team, doesn't it, when a new player comes in like that and everyone goes, well, of course he deserves to be in the first 11.
Yeah, I think when you look at what happened to us in 2018 in the Euro final, that player that's comfortable receiving the ball anywhere, in that player, he'll get the ball, he'll pass through lines. Now he's added goals to his game. It's that midfielder that can create something, progress the ball and go through players. And, you know, we talk about he could be the one, you know, without being too like, oh my gosh, this is it. He could be the one with how he plays.
Do you think it's better? I mean, you mentioned there about Rice and Bellingham versus Rice and Phillips, but he's playing Rice with Mount and Bellingham, and I think he's suited to being in one of those three where he can be a bit more free to run forward rather than coming back into a two, which might restrict him a little bit.
Yeah, but the thing is, even if that happens, and then even Mount, if Mount found himself in that, he could maybe come back there, and then, you know, Jude can go forward. He could do any of those. I remember that same coach saying 6, 8, or 10 he could play.
Absolutely. Let's get back down to pitch side where Karen Carney and Laura Woods have been keeping an eye on Harry Kane during the warm-ups.
Yeah, Mark, we've been on Harry Kane watch. They were training just behind us. The first team right behind Karen and I here. The subs a little bit further back on the pitch. You keeping an eye on Harry. What did you see?
He looked fine, completely fine, shooting right foot, left foot. I also had a look at Steve Kempling with physio because I think that gives you a good inkling. Is the physio really tight? Is he watching everything he's doing? And he wasn't. He was doing his normal job. So for me, there's no concern from the England bench. And how I saw him warming up, no concern. Looked really calm, looked really relaxed. The whole squad did. They did a rondo, did some shooting. Looks really good, Laura.
The American team were the first team to come out to boos in the stadium, I might add. About 7 or 8 minutes later, England came out to cheers, rapturous applause. Do you read anything into the Americans coming out that much earlier?
We know USA are going to be up for it. You know they're going to be fast, they're energetic. We know that. But England stick to the process, stick to what they've done. They've been here before. They just stay in their lane, do what they do.
I was on traffic watch earlier on. I'm still on it again because I'm having a look at a few of the empty seats. And we're being told that drop off to the stadium is taking about 30 minutes, which is why it probably feels about 3/4 full at the moment. But we're expecting it to be a lot more full shortly. Mark, back to you.
Those are the empty seats. Let's hope they get filled soon. Everyone's sending out for the football elsewhere. Here's the darts in Somerset at Minehead. The Winter Gardens in Blackpool are getting ready for England against the USA. And it's FA Cup weekend. Cornwall Town aren't in the second round, but they're still going to enjoy the football tonight from Qatar and, of course, in the States as well. That's a bit warmer. Hermosa Beach in California. So that's the scene as we get ready for England against the USA, and the players will be out when we come back.
All the feelings of football, sponsored by Google Pixel 7.
Hello again, it's me, Farmer Christmas, grower, provider, lover of fantastic festive food. Follow me, folks. This is where Christmas dreams are made, like these puff pastry mince pies, baked by Jeff in magic oven. They're just normal ovens. Or this smoked Scottish salmon,
with orange and cranberries.
Very good, Kirsty. All this bourbony, bacony British gammon. It's like a big edible Christmas present. Wait, I'm off then.
Whoa, nice ride, mister.
Sport mode last week. All this deliciousness is why Morrison's is the only supermarket to be officially approved by me. Farmer Christmas. Right, who's got the gravy then?
Invictus, and discover Invictus Platinum. Fragrances by Paco Rabanne.
Great. It's Christmas. It's the World Cup. So come on, all ye faithful. Glory to the King of Headbutts. Knit those kits, cross those sprouts, stuff those turkeys, and attack those carols. Because from this day, we'll forever ask, where were you in 22? Celebrate with a completely free pet builder on England beat the USA. Paddy Power, where were you in 22?
Now I love a good chicken burger.
Oi, fire! Tick, tick.
That's how you know it's good. You enjoying that, yeah?
Fantastic.
That crisp though.
This is silly.
I know, right?
The ultimate chicken burger has arrived at McDonald's. The new McCrispy with 100% chicken breast fillet. It's chicken for chicken lovers.
This is the biggest bonus of the summer.
Hey. If you're coming in, come don't play. If you feel too shy, then watch for me. Watch for me.
Shake it. This is the biggest bonus of the summer. If you ain't coming, that's a moment.
Watch for me.
This is the biggest bonus of the summer.
It's here, an England game packed with.
Whoa!
Whoa! Whoa! Whoa! That's got to be 30 yards. Absolute worldie! It's jumping, saved it.
Questa facoltà ha un capisano online. In it.
This could be a cricket score. Discover more with a £1 free builder bet for the England game. All from the UK's #1 betting app. Sky Bet. That's betting better.
Sure non-stop protection. 72-hour antiperspirant plus motion sensor. Tested to the limit. Upgrade to Sure 72-hour non-stop protection.
Come on! We're going to miss the game!
Yeah. You are. And that's why KFC Delivery sponsors ITV's coverage of the FIFA World Cup.
Rose, tell mommy Rose, to be goals. I just demonstrate great, they cannot show. No new friends, can't be welcome in my section. See that little zone there, the no go. Tell me, do you know, floating on the beat like this. You cannot respect it, I ain't asking you to like this. You can always trust, I'll give you something hit to vibe. It's turn when I pull out, looking stylish. I get what I want when I want it. More time, I don't even want it, to be honest. Taking my life like a movie on steroids. But to me, it's just another day a day. I'm on the cover of GQ. You can't relate because it's something that G's do. Don't get me irate, ain't no stopping God's plan. Everybody needs red sauce, yeah, I know mine.
That's the starting 11 for England, and Gareth Southgate has just been talking to Gabriel Clark.
Gareth, you've gone with an unchanged England team for the first time since the World Cup 4 years ago. Was that a simple decision?
Well, never straightforward because you're always wondering whether you should refresh things and
have a look at something different. But I think the team deserve to go again, and I think if I was a player, I would feel I'd earned the right. So we've got great competition for places and people to come in to be able to change it. But I think we were right to go with the starting team again.
USA have made one change, Haji right in. What specific challenge are they going to pose?
Well, they put you under a lot of pressure in your build-up play. They press well as a team. They're athletic midfield, so it's going to be a different tempo of going to the one the other day. And we've got to find the solutions to be able to play through them.
It's a wonderful venue. There's a wonderful atmosphere building as well. Of all the qualities you showed in the first game, what do you need first tonight?
Well, we've got to be positive in the way that we play. As I said, this is a different sort of test. So the beauty of a World Cup is you've got to overcome different challenges. And we overcame the first one really well, but that's done. We're now in a great prize if we can win tonight, and but a very different sort of challenge.
Wish you all the best.
Thanks, Gabriel.
Aaron Law talks about Harry Kane down on the touchline. Are you worried about Harry Kane's injury at all?
No, I'm not at all. No. I'd be worried if he did have a problem, because you're looking like, yes, Callum Wilson came and done pretty well the other day, but he would be a massive miss, a massive drop off. And Gary just talking about it.
Yeah, they can't afford to not have Harry Kane if England are going to do well in this tournament. I think that there's a cliff edge to the quality next in line, where the rest of the squad has got great strength. Harry's just critical to us, not just his goal scoring, but the way in which he links play. I think Declan Rice is the other one where there's a big drop off. So those two are really important to the spine of the team. But England are in a great opportunity here, 2 World Cups on the bounce, to be able to go into the third game having already qualified, which is a fantastic opportunity.
Yeah, obviously for England's point of view, anything happens to Kane would be a huge problem. He must be fit, obviously, the Roy the last few days, he'll be starting the game. He must be fine.
And you get this feeling, and again, you will know through your brother Phil, that for the Americans, this is as big as it gets, isn't it, on the international stage to play England at the World Cup?
Oh, absolutely massive. Obviously, he's got experience in America as well. Obviously, a country that's got the World Cup themselves in a few years' time. They'll have massive energy tonight. They'll get to the ball. This will be a very difficult game for England, a lot more difficult than the first game against Iran.
I think their main guy, Pulisic, we've got to watch in between the lines. You never know when he might hit fire and catch fire. And I think that with Jude Bellingham, he's the one that we're going to need to make sure that he can circulate the ball. He's not afraid to go and get it, break their press, and then we can get it to Harry, and we can get people going. It's something that I feel that we'll be able to do.
England 90 minutes from the last 16 potentially then, so time to join our commentators Lee Dixon and Sam Matterface.
Thanks, Mark. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Outmate, where the stage is set for a Friday night filled with entertainment. The USA national team had to go cold turkey and forgo Thanksgiving fun ahead of a pivotal game against Gareth Southgate's men. But whilst it was most Americans celebrating yesterday, it is England who know they are onto a cracking deal on Black Friday. A thumping win on Monday means England can secure passage through to the knockout stage and be almost certain of top spot with victory over the United States of America. But in a tournament like this, nothing can be taken for granted. Here are the national anthems. Of the national anthem of the United States of America.
والآن برجاء مواصلة الوقوف في النشيد الوطني للمملكة الأمريكية المتحدة.
England have a huge following here, but they've never beaten the USA in a World Cup. Can they tonight? You'll find out next.
All the feelings of football. Sponsored by Google Pixel 7.
Get your kicks on Just Eat. Have it, have it, have it. Matchtime meal deals on Just Eat. We got it.
Did somebody say just eat? I am what I am. I don't want praise. I don't want pity. I'm so if I love me sparkle and me sparkle, why not see things from a different angle? Your life is a sham to get shout out. I am
Come on! I'm going to miss the game!
Yeah, you are. And that's why KFC Delivery sponsors ITV's coverage of the FIFA World Cup.
Welcome back to the 68,000-seat Al Bayt Stadium. England are unchanged for the first time in 53 matches. Harry Kane's waiting for Rooney's record goes on, but his foot problem appears to have cleared up. Harry Maguire has been declared fit after he felt unwell in the Iran game. And tonight, he gets his 50th England cap. Greg Berhalter, the USA coach, sticks his 4-3-3 most of the time. Just one change tonight from the draw with Wales. Haji Wright in for Josh Sargent, who, like Tim Reed, Tyler Adams, Christian Pulisic, Matt Turner and Anthony Robinson, all played their football in England. England know a win tonight makes them almost uncatchable at the top of the group. But the USA are looking to maintain their unbeaten record at World Cups against England. The USA gave Wales a rough ride in the first half of their opener, but couldn't sustain it. And the States know that lose tonight, and they too will face a huge battle, like Wales, to stay in the tournament. England again deciding to take the knee, promote inclusion across the globe before the start of their second World Cup fixture. Former England right back and Arsenal double winner Lee Dixon is with me. England are unchanged, but how different will this game be to Monday?
Well, I think it'll be completely different. The boys in the studio have already touched on that. This USA team, I don't think, can play any different. High energy, high press. Certainly with McKennie, Adams and Musa, sometimes ferocious pressing, push the team forward. I think England just have to be patient, I think, tonight, just to let the Americans burn themselves out, a little bit like they did against the Wales the game before.
Well, England got off to a really good start against Iran, headed into the game very quickly. They took them on. That's a nervous touch for Matt Turner, the Arsenal goalkeeper. Shaw, who created England's first goal on Monday evening. Let's get it away. McKennie. Body swerve. Right, trying to run. In behind the England defence, it's tidied up by Trippier.
Already a sign, Sam, that USA team, when they do get the ball, will try and use the pace and the power of Wright in between the full-backs and centre-backs.
Referee tonight, by the way, is from Venezuela. It is Venezuela. There is Gareth Southgate. The England manager who says England have to get both ends of the pitch right if they're going to be serious. He was a little bit grumpy at the end of the game on Monday evening, having conceded 2 late goals.
Say that again. I saw him down the tunnel after the game. He wasn't happy at all, but just keeping everybody on the toes.
Tim Ream and Fulham. Moving the ball back to Matt Turner, who's under a little bit of pressure from Harry Kane.
There's some great performances the other night. Saka, Bellingham was absolutely superb. I think the start of everything good in the first half came from Mount. I think the little pockets he picked up in that inside left position just got the Iranians turned and running back to their own goal. That might be where it all starts again tonight.
Well, when England have played with a 4, they've usually played 2 holding midfielders. That's not the case in this lineup, or wasn't the case on Monday when Declan Rice played as the one single pivot with the 2 8s in Mount and Bellingham either side. It allowed those 2 to get up and engage. They might have a little bit more work to do defensively today. Certainly the USA will expect to have more of the ball. This is Walter Zimmerman. Now Tim Ream. Anthony Robinson. Down that left-hand side, engaged by Kieran Trippier.
Is it helped out a bit defensively, just looking across them. USA outnumbering England across that middle. Bellingham and Rice shifting across.
The USA press the first half against Wales, Rob Page's side quite a few issues, allowing them to have it on the edge of their own penalty area early in this game.
The trick normally comes a little bit time after the ball started to be passed around at the back. One of the players will just shouts to the nearest the ball just goes, and then they all go together. They normally let the centre backs have it for a bit.
To Harry Maguire's ears, he was allowed to start a number of England attacks. Him and John Sturt referred to by the manager in the press conference yesterday as the platform from which England build their play. Luke Shaw, a bit inaccurate with his pass. Serginho Dest of AC Milan. He's on loan from Barcelona in Serie A, but he's only started 1 game in the Italian league this season. That is a problem with a number of the USA team. They haven't had as many minutes recently as the Greg League this season. That is a problem with a number of the USA team. They haven't had as many minutes recently as I think Greg Berhalter would like. Anthony Robinson's had a few under his belt at Fulham. That's it.
That's basically why they lasted an hour the other night. Put that amount of energy into a game. Also, the well to change the system and put them on the back foot a little bit, but they did run out of steam, obviously.
Robinson. Just Christian Pulisic. Musa. To the Arsenal Academy. Adams. Kieran Trippier might have to keep an eye on Anthony Robinson throughout the course of tonight's game. He likes to bound forward, get crosses into the box. Usually when he does go high up, Yunus Musa shuffles across into that left defensive area. Well, for him.
That's where England can get out. They do press on the side of the ball a lot of blue shirts flooding into around the ball, and if you can get through that first bit of press, like from that throw, Harry Kane was out onto the other side, but then you've got to move it quick so they don't catch you back up.
Searching for Kayu Saka. Position was Anthony Robinson.
The little battle to watch those two.
Going into a tackle with Wright not coming off particularly well from it. I don't want to lose him. He was the standout player, I think, in the game on Monday. Here he is on the ball again. Saka outside him. It's the Kayu Saka. It's Harry Kane. The deflection takes it wide. It's good defending. Silva in the nick of time.
Oh, brilliant 1-2 on the edge. Saka's away.
The ball is almost perfect to his feet. He just lays it back. It's great defending. Just throws himself at the feet of Harry Kane.
First England corner. Their ball situations are England's trump card. They scored the most set-piece goals in Europe's trump card. They scored the most set-piece goals. Outswinging corners in particular. A real problem. The bar from White against Iran. This is Trippier. Stone's almost got on the end of that one. Don't want to keep it alive. Still going Harry Maguire. Still going Harry Maguire. Chance for that. Just placed over the top of the ball.
Well, who knew? Harry Maguire, left winger. It was Stones. The corner was directed to Harry Kane, just went chasing the ball. And great bit of skill. He really stumbled over it, but terribly defended from Adams. Just went for the dummy and in the end, high and wide.
There's no getting away from it. Most fans probably don't understand how someone who has started one Premier League game to talk us for his club is the linchpin of the defence. Gareth Southgate was quick to explain why. Do you understand why?
Yeah, I think, I've spoke to Gareth about it, and he likes the fact that all the defenders get on. They seem to like each other on the pitch. They formed a bond at the back, like each other on the pitch. They formed a bond at the back, and you have to say that Maguire has not let England down. Very consistent. Yeah, absolutely, yeah. And the fact that he keeps switching as well from time to time, 2 or 3,
Harry Maguire just fits in that left-hand side, whether he's playing a wider centre-back or the left of a two. But you also have to caveat that with both Stones and Harry Maguire at times can give you a chance. And also, Sam, what you have to think about is who else would you play? Because, you know, you have to have somebody waiting to take his place. And also, Sam, what you have to think about is who else would you play? Because, you know, you have to have somebody waiting to take his place. It's not been an obvious candidate, really.
Trying to get the better of Dest. Trying to get the better of Dest. Finding Kane. Chance to flick it out towards the play. Saka, but he was inaccurate with his ball, and that's not like it.
It's a good time for England, though, that Green doesn't really want to go short with Harry Kane, so he can turn in those areas. We know how good his passing is normally.
USA have won many games recently, 3 draws and a defeat to Japan since they beat Grenada in June. Mount, England's thought wasn't too good coming into the competition. Bellingham. Now Trippier. McKennie seems to be following around Mason Mount like a shadow. Good by Stones. Trippier. Saka might be in again here. Might pop up for Harry Kane, who went for the Charlton. Harry Kane, who went for the Charlton. Trippier again. Combination between Trippier and Saka working really well down that right hand side. It did the other night too.
Yeah, he's been the one 2 or 3 times now in that inside right position, just failing to pick out his man. How good was he the other night as well, Saka? The other night as well, Saka. The other night as well, Saka.
Overall, his first World Cup start, scoring 2 goals behind Saka. Sharply lined with body against the pace and goal to beat anyone.
Well, he's got a good one behind him. Trippier's experience now, and he sort of pulls him around in front of him, making him do his defensive work when he's needed as well.
What's the McKennie? That's for Juventus in Serie A. Tim Ream. Tim Ware. Stretched by Tyler Adams. It's going to be away by Harry Maguire. Henry Kane protected it really well. Saka. Bellingham. Shaw. Speaking to Gareth Southgate, he knew that tonight was going to be one of those nights where they might have to be a little bit patient.
Shaw. Sterling getting it back to the Manchester United left full back. Chance to drive it into the box, but really catch it. Led by Anthony Robinson, the left full back. This is Christian Pulisic. Need a little bit of help here. Kenny. Angie Wright is waiting in the centre. He's trying to get that header in and connects with the ball, but misfires. A warning. She put his hands up as if to say we got caught a little bit short then, but good enough to just get in front of right. See the run going in against there, but really difficult to get that back on target. But yeah, a little warning. On Sterling hanging on the shoulder of Walter Zimmerman, who has been amongst the best defenders in the MLS over the last couple of years. He plays for Nashville. Here's Robinson running into Saka first, then Trippier. And Bellingham winning a free kick from Espusa. Good as Saka's been on the ball, those little runs he's making in the box, defensively he's just getting bypassed a little bit. USA left-hand side. Robinson out to Pulisic. Trippier's had a couple of words with him saying he just needed to cut off the pass to feet. Fans have raised their voice and England fans have responded immediately. There is a very healthy contingent here supporting Gareth Southgate's team. A few Americans as well, they travelled in numbers. Local group behind the goal that haven't stopped moving since the whistle was blown. Didn't quite work. There's that press. Not quite as ferocious as it was the other day, but I think they just realised that playing against a better set of players, so the press is better set of players, so the press has to be a little bit more organised. Wow. This is Kane. Second off the go behind his marker, and Kane's got company. Runs off Tyler Adams. Now Saka, Bellingham. There's space over on the left-hand side if they can shift it. Able to do that, England, and it's been robbed by a combination of Musa and Pulisic, and Musa's got it again. England, and it's been robbed by a combination of Musa and Pulisic, and Musa's got it again. There's space on the far side for the United States of America, and this is Sergio Dest. Trying to steer it into a dangerous area with the wrong ball. Pulisic wants to run and dribble at players. In by Dest, and out of Jordan Pickford go up. He tries to encourage his teammates to switch on a bit. I'm pretty sure Gareth Southgate will be out to his technical area. Just have a little word, got a little bit sloppy there. England got hit on the break. That's what USA can do to you. Good period of play for them. Gareth Southgate and Greg Berhalter are pals of sorts.
stop. Well, they put their friendship on ice for a little while, and Bernhardt called him and asked him for advice when he first became the USA boss back in 2018. He stayed in touch ever since. The relationship probably had to cool off, bearing in mind they were playing each other at the World Cup. Bernhardt saying that he'd been sending Southgate a few WhatsApp messages, but wasn't getting the double blue tick. No one wants to be ghosted. Get their way, they managed to win it back again.
Just lacking a little bit of a runner at the moment. Patient build-up, playing quite high, you would say. Every now and again, Bellingham's tried a couple of them.
Shaw is waiting over on the far touchline with his hand in the air, bellowing for the ball. It's gone the other way to Bukayo Saka. Isn't able to keep it in. Bukayo Saka. Isn't able to keep it in. There's been a debate about the makeup of that England midfield for some time. The perfect blend has never really been nailed down. Jude Bellingham, standout player on Monday, excellent without the ball and progressive with it. Mason Mount, as you mentioned right at the top, is really improved his position on the left-hand side, but he seemed very little with the ball in the opening 24 minutes of the game. Greg Barnholt, I think, will be pretty pleased with the way the game is going at the moment.
You have to say, Kenny Adams and Musa are doing a really good job squeezing that space for him. But as we said at the start of the game, patience is a big word for tonight.
It's maybe now, but he drifts a little bit more into a central possession. Now, has to influence things more. Pulisic has been able to continue despite a confrontation with Trippier. This is Weston McKennie. Tyler Adams. Kenny's got it back again. Richie Wright waiting in the centre, so is Christian Pulisic. This is Musa. We're moving towards McKennie inside the bar. It's a cracking chance for the United States of America. Moving towards McKennie inside the bar. It's a cracking chance for the United States of America.
enough for England. Well, they refused the cross 2 or 3 times. You think put it in. There was an opportunity, and then they lay it back. And then you just look at the far post. It's Trippier. McKennie just drops off. And in that position, you're so close to the goal, you have to go tight. From Trippier's point of view, no advantage to go towards your goal. Just go mark a player. There's a lot of potential in this United States group. They are one of the youngest squads of the World Cup. They've been on a rapid development path in the last few years under Greg Berhalter. It's missing out on Russia. The project is clear. They want to produce a team for when they host the World Cup in 4 years' time. That doesn't mean they can't be competitive now.
Just missed the chance of the half. Patient build. It's like, when are you going to cross it?
This playing at Milan. Kenny playing at Juventus. There are a lot of players playing at Chelsea, Leeds and Arsenal.
Watch when the ball comes in. It's so close to that goal, you've got to go touch tight. It's in any sort of space, and there it is. Stones gets dragged towards it. Pulisic.
As well. It's given USA wanted to play the advantage. It's a challenge that happened after the initial offence that the referee had given.
See, that's too easy. That's too easy to get out. Sterling's looking over his shoulder going, am I going to press? What am I doing? A little bit of indecision when they haven't got the ball.
Pulisic taking it off McKennie. This is Robertson. McKennie's come into the penalty area now. Robinson again. There's a Higgins deflection which actually didn't do the able part of the ball too much. And Jordan Pickford was able to grab it.
Since he's got out in front of his back foot, but it's just a little problem. Sterling on one side, Saka on the other. 2 or 3 times it bypassed them when they've been playing out from the back, and leaves England short in midfield.
Greg Berhalter was all praise yesterday. He said when they drew England that Gareth Southgate was making the shirt a cape rather than a straight jacket. Yesterday he was talking about England manager being his mentor. And everyone says something nice about you until the whistle starts. Out. Into a good position but couldn't turn.
You would have expected someone a little bit tighter than they were. It's the first time really he's got in a dangerous position. Wasn't quite sure what was behind him.
Shooting a bit of a sticky end to the first part of the season. He sticky start of the campaign, but he did find his form at just the right time. He scored a ace goal against Germany. Arrived in the game at the Al Khalifa Stadium a few short days ago. Test. Mason. Test. Mason. Nudge it out to Robertson. Good touch by Pulisic. Also starting to get away. John Stones made sure that he didn't. There again, the press. Trippier coming out the press. Trippier coming out to Robinson. Too late. He's 5, 6, 7 yards away from him when he gets the ball and able to make the pass. England just off the pace a little bit when they're pressing. Good play from the USA. Half an hour gone. Still we await our first goal. Going on to try and find Wright, who is the second top scorer in Turkish football this season. Finds that he got something in the face here. Comes across, back the elbow, accidental. Comes across, back of the elbow, accidental. Trippy. Delivery which was behind Kane. Trippy. Delivery which was behind Kane. So I think England have got a little bit extra on with Bellingham in midfield breaking into the box. A little bit more height, a second target to aim at. Rice tries to pinch him, out protects him. Get away from Adams. Good turn by McKennie. Going the USA again. Still dribbling too. McKennie. Just moves up. Kind of shifting on to Pulisic. England backing off and Pulisic gets the ball. England backing off and Pulisic gets the ball. How many warnings do England need? Yeah, Senior players on there need to shake the rest of the team up because it's just getting a little bit too much pressure for my liking. Great strike from Pulisic. On the other side, McKennie gets away. Rice couldn't stay with him. All of a sudden, England are on the edge of the box. Not enough pressure on the ball. Slight touch. Looks like from Pickford. But there's more than one morning, Sam. Just got to get a little bit tighter. The USA are enjoying a good spell. Trying to cause problems, but there's already a problem for Harry Kane. Free kick's been given to England. But there's already a problem for Harry Kane. Free kick's been given to England. There's a bit of respite. There might be a knee in the respite. Derriere. Elbow lands right on it. Shaker. USA look as if they're going to set up quite a high line. USA look as if they're going to set up quite a high line. They're carving out chances from set pieces. This is very central, Lee. What would you do? It's a little bit too straight. Man on the ball looks like Harry Kane on one side and Stones on the other, so they give themselves options to get the ball high and wide. Very difficult to get a straight ball over the top. By Trippier looking for Harry Maguire, who's hoping to re-centre the ball. Right, trying to clear. Southgate did just call over John Stones and have a word in his ear.
Greg Berhalter will be the happier coach right now. Greg Berhalter will be the happier coach right now.
John Stones is high up on this right-hand side.
Not anymore. He's up flat. He didn't like it up there.
He's been playing as a right-back for Manchester City this season. And occasionally getting into advanced positions.
USA got really good shape. Back line is pretty high. It's got those three protecting. There's no space in between those two lines. And the front three pressing the back four from England. So it looks really good if you've got a blue shirt on.
Here's Luke Shaw. From Bellingham doesn't come on. Still dropping in England's favour inside the box. Saka trying to keep it alive. Shaw's got it now. Mount looking for Kane. A little too close to Matt Turner, who immediately wants to dispatch the ball upfield to Chris. Stones has got to be alert and is.
That's what you thought. If you're last man, just keep your eye on everything. He certainly did that. Pace of the ball, flight of the ball. Rare attack for England.
Matt Turner was speaking and insisted his team had learned from the Wales game. And it does appear that is the case. They haven't gassed out as quickly as they did in that match. He said they'd also have to be better when they win the ball back if they want to score goals. They had chances after turning the ball over, but their final pass or effort. They'd also have to be better when they win the ball back if they want to score goals. They had chances after turning the ball over, but their final pass or effort on goal wasn't clean enough. They've had the two best chances of this game, haven't taken them.
Well, you have to say, England's pressing, USA have had the ball has not been particularly good. They've been a little bit late to everything.
Free kick, handball against Christian Pulisic. 36 minutes in, how has Harry Kane moved through those minutes? It was a foot problem, not an ankle problem. Kane was a little surprised about the noise over the last few days. But I think the concern was understandable, bearing in mind he's had 7 separate ankle injuries during his career.
Well, when you saw the replay, it didn't look like he twisted his ankle, but I think reassuringly, Karen was down there pitch side and saw that he was striking balls, no problem at all, so no real worry with that.
Sander Adams trying to travel forward, dealt with by Mason Mount.
And if you think how many times you put your laces through a ball as a centre forward, it's not that often. You might get 1 or 2 chances where he's actually striking it like that, but it might hurt a bit. He'll put up with that if one goes in the back of the net.
Weston McKennie is winding up for a long throw into the England box. Towards it, Dwyer engaged. Still not under control. Wright's got it now. Trying to twist the work from John Stones, who did well. USA have a corner. Scored goals in Turkey this season. Got 15 last campaign for Antilles Sport. He's already got 9 this season. So here's a goal threat too. One aimed in towards the near post, dealt with by Harry Maguire this season. So here's a goal threat too. Wandering it towards the near post, dealt with by Harry Maguire. Still a good man handled by Serginho Dest. It was unnecessary really because he had backup. Lacking a little bit of tempo for you, Lee?
Yeah, all over the place, with and without the ball. I'm sure Gareth will have something to say at half time. But as I said, sometimes you just got to give some credit to the opposition. Their organisation's been spot on so far. Just no real spark missing the team at the moment.
Pitched by Harry Maguire, but he's left space as he's got to engage. Where he's got two waiting in the centre, and the back post Pulisic is too heavy for him. I think they've now got to move it upfield quickly. Try and capitalise on a misshapen USA. Kane's found that. Saka wants it in the middle. Saka gets it. Look at the space out wide for Shaw on the left-hand side. If England can work in that way. That's a tall ball.
Right idea, poor execution. Nothing really coming off for England.
There he goes again, Dest. Pulisic killing off on the back post. Dest is going a long way. The deflection takes it out on this near side for another USA corner.
Tell you what, Harry Maguire did well there because he's left 1v1. Dest goes on the overlap and he's running at it. He's got to back off a little bit. Once he gets in the box, very difficult. Keeps his eye on the ball, doesn't get too square, just does enough. Just does enough.
England have been good at attacking set pieces for a while, but need to do one defending one now. Pulisic. Easy for Maguire to deal with. Pulisic got a lot of criticism actually for his corner delivery in the game against Wales.
Quite rightly too.
Criticism for England at half time. They certainly need to improve. Musa. Pulisic. Space for McKennie. It's left for Boyd. Then on to the right. By Dest. There is one Pulisic who's going wide. Jordan Pickford was well aware that it was, but there's too many holes in that England defence.
Yeah, another chance for the USA to stop the cross. Didn't happen. Came in and Pulisic off his shoulder. Just falling off the ball a little. But Gareth Southgate will be concerned because this first half has not been good enough for England. They've been off the pace. Lots of pointing. He's talking to Trippier now. Going all over the place. Trippier trying to put his case for the defence. They've just been second best all over the pitch for me.
Sterling. Saka. Some blue shirts back to Varane. Saka. Some blue shirts back to Varane. Trippier. Bellingham. Look at the run of Matt. Didn't get spotted or put through. Shaw towards the far post. Turn area is too big. You see that sail over his head.
Wimbledon. Nice. John Stones. Saka. Now space for Bellingham, who's behind Tyler Adams here, and they just hesitated. Produces a cross, which is dealt with by Dest. This pass, Harry Kane, Sterling. Shaw goes to the legs of Serginho Dest, pulls it back, Saka over the ball. He was just a bit behind him, and he couldn't wrap his foot around it. But that's England's best chance of the game. Yeah, good play. Good bit of play both sides. Get behind the blue line and get crosses in. It's just behind Saka. He can't wrap his foot around it. England fans acknowledging a little bit of forward play, which we haven't seen a lot of. Subs have been warming up for the last 20 minutes. Southgate's got an idea of making a change at half time, I don't know, but warming up a long time. There's a rare sight, one added minute. Sure. Missing that into Sterling. Good ball onto Mason. Out! Straight by Turner. But he got it out of his feet quickly. Well, it's the first bit of Liverpool that Mason Mount's found him at the end of. That's a save he should be making, but he'll be happy he did. He looked a lot better than perhaps he was, because he wasn't in the corner, but hit with some pace. Better from England. Not denied by Turner. England have a corner kick right at the end of the first period, which has so far lacked a spark. Aimed in towards that first bit. Turner's going to come and grab it before he can reach Maguire. That is the end of the first half. And we've already had 4-0 draws at this tournament, and it's only thanks to a crossbar and McKinney's miss that we are potentially on course for another. The USA had the best chances in that first half. Mason Mount with a long-range strike, probably the best of England's offering. Our all-star cast are waiting to analyse that first half next, but it's been disappointing from England at the break. England 0, USA 0 next. But it's been disappointing from England at the break. England 0, USA 0.
And it all comes down to this one single moment.
All the feelings of football. Sponsored by Google Pixel 7.
Okay, Johnson, you're milking the cow to see if it's as fresh as ITVX, the UK's freshest streaming service, with more new shows for free than anywhere else. Have a taste. How is it? Delicious. No, it's sour, it's disgusting, it's not as fresh as ITVX. Spit it out. Really swallowed it. Oh, somebody get this guy some freshness. Someone give me my agent. It's time. What can you say? Still no runners. And no driver to the future, Mr. Claus.
I've always wanted to do that. We'll have one of everything. I always wanted to do this.
Always wanted to do that. periodic table. Elements, right. So what's next? Oh, ground, mate. Whoa. You need it. Year 11. 4 weeks until your exam. Just a second. That's brilliant. Hold on.
Last one, sir.
See you tomorrow.
Every lesson shapes a life. Serge, get into teaching.
Hey kids, want to go out? Director, what's today's forecast?
The weather today is perfect for
Director, we didn't ask. Director. So, football? Declan? No.
Football's more than a game in Arabia. It's a feeling, anticipation, excitement, exhilaration. To feel even more, to feel even more, visit Saudi Arabia. More thrilling, more spectacular, more authentic, more adventurous. Feel more adventurous. Feel more from home of Arabia. Visit Saudi.
Sorry. That's unique.
Embarrassing. I'm heading back on New Year's Eve for a party. You should come.
Let's not.
Oh, take my number.
News of a £15 million lottery ticket still can't play.
You won. Have you not seen my new phone yet? It literally folds it on.
I would never switch to Samsung. I love my phone.
What? It literally folds it on. You see, I love my phone. I would never switch to Samsung.
Time for the broadband to go down. Don't worry, Vodafone full fibre broadband is up to 5 times more. Be a bad time for the broadband to go down. Don't worry, Vodafone full fibre broadband is up to 5 times more reliable than standard. You did switch to Vodafone, right? Switch to full fibre 500 for just £30 per month.
He's going to miss the second half. Oh, so's he. And that's why KFC Delivery sponsors ITV's coverage of the FIFA World Cup.
Well, certainly the first 15 minutes in the 17 Harry Kane plays and that's how it went down in Somerset. Then the Americans, to be fair, really came into the game. Christian Pulisic, the Chelsea player, rattling and that's how it went down in Somerset. Then the Americans, to be fair, really came into the game. Christian Pulisic, the Chelsea player, rattling the crossbar. No goal for the Californians to enjoy. But Roy, a proper game on our hands here.
Yeah, difficult with England. They've not got going. They look off it. There's spaces everywhere. Losing the midfield battle. Sluggish with the pass from the back. Maguire's given away kicked out of play, and that would have encouraged USA. And they've obviously got a grip of it. They've certainly the better chances. They've been comfortable. They've been neat and tidy. Big half-time talk from Gary here, where he's panicking up and making changes. But a bit of a reality check. England need to liven up.
They started the half well, England, and they ended the half well.
That's the thing. You have to give America credit, USA, because they've been very good, very tight, but we've given them the opportunity to do that. We're not passing it quick enough. On a couple of occasions that we have passed it quick, we've got straight into them. And so that's what we've not. That's not what we've done quick enough. You look at it. This is the kind of play that's going to break them down. We've done quick enough. You look at it. This is the kind of play that's going to break down. Great passing to Saka. Jude Bellingham could move off of him. Then Saka getting on the outside. And now you're hoping that Harry Kane can put it in. That's a good block from Zimmerman. You have to give him credit for that. It's a good block. he's got himself in a position. But that's not too many times that we've passed ball at that pace. Again, this is a good bit of play from.
This is right at the end of the half.
Yeah, this is right at the end of the half again, but we played it really quickly. Lots of great skills from just behind Bukayo there. You know, and this is the one. Look at this is where we've been in a load of times in that position of pitch. Great pass through from John Stones. Again, that's a good pass from Luke Short. Now, I think he should go across the goalkeeper. But that's what we can do when we do it quicker. That's what moves them. That's what gets them out of position.
Gary, it seemed not surprisingly, maybe for a lot of Americans, it took them 15 minutes just to settle down into the game and the magnitude of it. But when they did, they played really well, didn't they? And fashioned a couple of really good opportunities.
The back between Harry Maguire and John Stones, didn't get it through into midfield. Ian's just shown the 1.5. But their midfield three, Musa, McKennie and Adams, I think have made our midfield three look sluggish. We were talking about Bellingham before the game, got Matt, but to put passes together on that far side. So to watch Harry Maguire, I think he's really poor on this. You've got to get that name also. Just watch Maguire and Martin's man. But you can't do that. You've got to get that name. Yeah, he does. And you can't do that. And Pulisic, I mean, they came into the game with this, but they're just brighter and sharper and everything that we were doing. We didn't get anything right really in this period of the game. And you know, we know Pulisic's talent, massive talent. He's lucky here, Jordan Pickford. He's beaten there. And it was a massive wake-up call that first half.
What's the key for England second half? Is it tempo?
Yeah, tempo up the pass, not even on the possession. There's gaps everywhere. They're not closing down as a team. It's been comfortable for USA. Just get the distances right, a bit of communication, particularly from the senior players. Obviously, Garrett's pulled Stones up towards the end side, get higher up the pitch. Get back to the basics, right? Stones up towards the end side, get higher up the pitch. Get back to the basics, right? And just too many spaces out of possession.
That was definitely the message that was relayed back to us. The Gareth Southgate said to get higher up the pitch.
Yeah, it was. And what we've got to be careful of is that I feel sometimes Mason Mount is going across too quickly, leaving space in there for time. What we've got to be careful of is that I feel sometimes Mason Mount is going across too quickly, leaving space in there for time. And they get out. Kyle Saka's going into leaving and Johnson to get up the side and then waiting. We just have to get tighter without pressing. We have to get it right.
I think Foden, Phil Foden not playing in the start of he's a massive talent. He's our best player by a mile in this country. He should have played in that team.
If it carries on more like this, then we turn to imagine Phil Foden will come on in the second half. I'll be back for that. But before that, a chance to win big in our competition with the prize fund currently over £40,000. Time now for your chance at home to win an amazing £30,000 and an extra goal-busting bonus. Every goal scored through the tournament will add an extra £250 to the £30,000 prize pot. Count up the goals and count up that jackpot. For your chance to win, just go to the website. Entries cost £2. Text goal to 80567. Text costs £2 plus your standard network rate message, or post your name and number to goal22, PO Box 7558, Derby DE10NQ. Entrance must be 18 or over. Paid entry routes close at 10 a.m. on Monday the 9th of January. Good luck.
All the feelings of football, sponsored by Google Pixel 7.
Be your own boss. Boss bottled, Raffle, the new intensity.
Before the second half, did you know if you owned or leased a diesel vehicle between 2009 and 2020, you could be entitled to significant compensation? And at My Diesel Claim, we're experts in handling these claims. Millions of drivers have been It's led by numerous manufacturers about emissions. And over 1 million people have already trusted us to file their claims. It only takes a few seconds to check if you're eligible. MyDieselClaim.com and join thousands of other fans starting their claims today.
Come on, bro.
Where you go?
Me. From starting at high school, yeah.
Alright, this is it, big man. You ready? Have you ever asked yourself the question, can you really count on your broadband? Or does it slither along? Or at peak times, if things feel a little constricted? With full fiber broadband from EE, you get the peak time speeds you pay for. Count on EE full fiber broadband.
The Big Tasty and the Big Tasty with bacon. Now McDonald's. The Big Tasty and the Big Tasty with bacon. Now McDonald's. It's Christmas after all. This the big sponsor of the summer.
If you're coming in from low, baby, if you feel too shy, watch from me, watch from me, watch from me.
This the biggest sponsor of the summer.
If you ain't coming, that's a bummer. Watch from me.
This the biggest sponsor of the summer.
She's still not home. And that's why KFC Delivery sponsors ITV's coverage of the FIFA World Cup.
We'll have live coverage of the trio of matches tomorrow with three of the biggest names in the game in action. Robert Lewandowski taking on Saudi Arabia, France, and Kylian Mbappe. Live coverage of the trio of matches tomorrow with three of the biggest names in the game in action. Robert Lewandowski's Poland taking on Saudi Arabia, France, and Kylian Mbappe face Denmark. Argentina and Leo Messi need to bounce back from the loss to Saudi as they face Mexico. Argentina out if they lose. Phil Foden, were he to come on, who do you think it would be for, Gary?
I think I'd probably change him from out and put him in midfield. That's one thing we know about the first options off the bench. Rashford and Arnold could come on, and Grealish, and the USA were weaker in that second half of the night.
You could probably see where Phil Foden's skill and his ability in those areas could cause problems. But I would like to see that the same, obviously the two boys start and we can play like we know we can. Pass the ball a bit quicker, a bit more movement, and maybe take the passes when we get them. That's what we need.
Yeah, but there's also need to panic. That's great.
That's what we need.
Yeah, but there's also need to panic at options. But Garrett said before, trust these players, sometimes listen to them a bit longer.
So you consider the ton of Americans out there in a huddle. They're thinking, aren't they, Roy? Come on board. There's a real opportunity for anti initiative.
It's up to England. They've got the better players, the better squad, they've got better options off the bench. It's up to England. They're not up yet.
Let's rejoin Lee Dixon and Sam Matterface then for the second half.
Cheers, Mark. Lots of political and moral issues have been highlighted at this World Cup. Some thought England might copy Germany's protest gesture today. It was never in Gareth Southgate's plan, but the FA have tonight lit up the Wembley Arch in the rainbow colours in support of the LGBT community. There is something tricky about the USA for England. It's the third meeting between these two sides at a World Cup. Everyone facing the group stages. USA winning in Brazil, massive shock in 1950, the 1-1 draw of the World World Cup in South Africa in 2010. Both tournaments didn't end well. England immediately have a problem to deal with Jude Bellingham going down after a collision on halfway. That's the space which the USA exploit. That's the space which the USA exploit. Musa. Anthony Robertson and Musa. Anthony Robertson and Declan Rice. Well, the last thing Lee Dixon that Gareth Southgate wanted was for England to start on the back foot again.
Exactly. Musa just having acres of space on the edge of England's box. As the lad said, I think the most important thing is to stay patient. But moving the ball quicker and all of that thing is to stay patient. But moving the ball quicker and all of that, you've got to run about as well when you haven't got the ball. Close the ball down. Close the guy on the ball down. Make his ball. Close the ball down. Close the guy on the ball down. Make his pass a rushed one.
St. Carl Walker just trot to the bench. He was in the dressing room a little bit longer than anybody else. He's coming back from an injury, hasn't played for a long time. Trying to put pressure on Zimmerman, did enough to force him into a rather awkward back pass. That 2010 game was famous for Rob Green's mistake in Rustenburg, allowing Clint Dempsey's shot to squirm underneath him. US had some recognisable names. Two English supporters then out the door. Dempsey, Holden, and Donovan to squirm underneath him. US had some recognisable names. Two English supporters then out the door. Dempsey, Holden, and Donovan, Bocanegra, Tim Howard all played in England in their time. Pressure from Mount, trying to pressure from Mount. Sends Zimmerman.
Just say he's going to use the right good thing, right? So, arguing them. Still 0-0 though.
Squeeze it past Robertson, and now the break is on for the States again. Pulisic dribbling menacingly. Right. Trying to get it onto his right foot, does that, blocked by Stearns, comes back to McKennie. This is danger for England. It's that counter-attack which has caused them significant problems already, which is threatening them again.
Yeah, they broke really well with Pulisic. And this is good defending from Stones. Eye on the ball, just stays with his man. He just got the shot. It's not been a massive improvement, you have to say. It would suggest at some point, Gareth out of his technical area, that he'll change. Or he'll just sit for a little bit longer, as Roy Keane said.
You remember the second group game at the European Championships, was in which England drew 0-0 with Scotland. Wasn't a particularly eventful match from their point of view. That occasion, point was enough to qualify for the last 16. Sterling. Saw that Tyler Adams could be exposed, and it was good covering from Anthony Robertson.
Yeah, he was wide. They looked outside into the left and then saw the danger inside.
look outside into the left and then saw the danger inside. Good full-back play. You've got to know when to come narrow with your centre-back, and that was one of those occasions.
Now being tracked by Leeds United's Tyler Adams, the captain of the US men's national team. Who's thriving under Jesse Marsh at Leeds United. Well, space for him. Again, covering. You're trying to get back. US vote. US coach Greg Berhalter has been speaking really positively about England in the build up to the tournament. Called them a scary opponent and labelled them contenders for the trophy, but the first half was reminiscent of the most recent summer of struggle after its last tournament campaign. Now they've got some room. Robinson is struggling to get back. Bukayo Saka. That's great covering from Tyler Adams, and he knows it. It's every right to stand up. Giving himself praise. Robinson was completely out of position there. Giving himself praise because Robinson was completely out of position there. Pulisic giving the ball away in midfield. Robinson giving an option high and wide. That just opened up the space for Saka. What a run from Adams to get back. Maguire. Could have been costly for England. Tapped up by Luke Shaw. Okay, flicking it on towards Mason. Under control quick enough. Idea was right from England though, and it was another deft touch by the England captain to get them on the front foot. England had a couple of nibbles at Tim Ware there.
Sure one that caused the damage. That's why inadvertently steps right into his left boot.
Trippier. Saka. Shaw coming inside McKennie. Good touch by Kane to drag it away from Tyler Adams. Rice frustrated that there weren't too many options available to him.
It's a great example of how well organised this USA team is. They beat the press, England, and all of a sudden, all of these shirts are back in position. Huge amount of communication going on between the different lines of defence and midfield.
So how do you solve that problem?
Put Foden on. You need someone to break the line. You need someone to beat someone. Every now and again, England showed a little passes in play, the runner beyond, and they played a little 1-2 and got in. There's not been enough of it.
Does. They're trying to hold it up. Do so. The second ball being won by the USA on many occasions. Second lines for coming in from behind.
It might just be a case of getting one of those players like a Grealish or a Foden who's going to draw players towards him because of his ability on the ball, just to free up a bit of space for somebody else.
The US playing well. They are a side that have been on an upward trajectory. When we were speaking to Greg Berhalter before the tournament, he was keen to point out that this competition would give them a real measure of their progress. They won the Gold Cup last summer by winning 5 of their 6 games 1-0, beating opposition like Haiti, Canada, Jamaica, Qatar and Mexico to lift the trophy. Even from that team, it's a very different USA 11 that has started this tournament.
Can you imagine 4 years development on this group now and seeing the 11? Going to be a force.
Yes. A little bit of a problem with Mount and Sterling. It's just interesting to see when they have the ball, the positions that McKennie takes up. He'll drift infield, he'll be part of the 3-man midfield. Sometimes he'll be touching the touchline on this near side. Now he's scampering forward into a centre forward position. Pulisic going. It's a leak on the way through, and he's going to be another USA corner. Jordan Pickford is furious. Absolutely furious. This is that roar that you can hear coming from the USA supporter with Captain America shields being shaken at Christian Pulisic. He is no longer the man who wears the armband. He is their most creative player, and he almost picked out Zimmerman. A really good delivery, and Harry Maguire had to be his most alert. John Stones and Maguire now having an inquest. Trippier's come across too. This has put the ball into an empty net.
That's what he's there for, but thankfully we've seen a little bit of danger behind him. Got the flight of the ball. Zim was just steaming in a free header. Good defending in the end. You can't stop looking down and seeing what's up for Morgan. Right, come on, Gareth, let's change.
Grealish, Walker, Henderson, Wilson, Rashford are all down there. From the United States again, and again they win another corner. And it's their 4th of the evening. That news. I think they like it. To move that in close again, Harry Maguire has to come to the rescue. Pulisic Kane. Another corner. England have their backs against the wall. Harry Maguire has had to clear at least 4 corners. We've only reached the hour mark, and it's those USA supporters that are feeling as if their team are the most likely to make the breakthrough. Another delivery into the centre of the goal, and Harry Maguire header. Green keeps it alive. Pulisic in a bit of space. Pulisic trying to take on Harry Kane, back defending. Now trying to escape up the field, something that's not going to happen because he was never going to get away. Those England fans behind the goal away to our left are racked with a bit of tension.
5 corners, Harry Kane's nodded out. It is his job, though, to be fair, centre half, but he is on road at the moment.
Maguire, don't give Kane all the credit.
Harry's.
Yes. Wandering too far. Pulisic. And got close to it, almost squirted through to right. Trippier across. Penalised for his foul on Tyler Adams. Straight out to snap the hands of his captain.
Maybe a substitution, not only to try and go and win the game at the other end, but also change the flight, change the energy levels. The USA are on top.
Make the lead at 2. They're struggling to get out of their own half. Steve Holland and Gareth Southgate are deep in conversation, right on the edge of the technical area. This is right, being shackled by Stones. So another corner. Actually, they'll make one of them work. Spiritorial group on the edge of the England D, just plotting, trying to find a way to make the breakthrough for the USA. Simon and Kareem are a real danger. Thinking toward the back. Didn't get near it. Zimmerman was coming, but not quick enough. But there might have been a little touch.
Difficult one for him because he's not too sure. He hasn't got time to look over his shoulder, see if there's anybody behind him. Gets a little bit underneath it. Zimmerman wasn't going to get there, but he's not to know that.
The pressure's building. Pulisic is just gone over and trying to stir it up on this side as well. He's got some big better tonight. Sterling. That's getting a little bit too handsy with the Chelsea winger.
Jordan Henderson just taking his bib off. Just trying to hold the fort a little bit more.
The other thing about Jordan Henderson is he's a senior pro, isn't he? He's someone who's going to get into those around him and try and lift the group. Grealish getting ready as well. Steering back towards Harry Kane, who had drifted into the box but wasn't set for it. He's got it back again. Bukayo Saka, no one in the box to get on the end of that. It's a bit close to Matt Turner anyway.
Really quickly, Raheem Sterling maybe on this left-hand side, go in towards the 6-yard box. A bit of a surprise, England getting the ball into the box. You haven't done that for a while.
Henderson's ready. Grealish is just getting his top on. Robinson dealt with that really well. Wow. Right, slightly under a little bit of pressure, but there's no out ball for England. England are 11 meetings with the USA. Lots of defeats against the country. 1993.
Don't know what you're talking about.
They were very proud of that one. Big changes for England. Raheem Sterling is being replaced by Jack Grealish. Jude Bellingham is being switched out for Jordan Henderson. The first two changes Gareth Southgate is making. What difference is it going to make?
Well, I think certainly midfield, I think Bellingham's chasing shadows most of the night. That's for him. I think we know what Jordan Henderson gives you that stability in midfield. And it was either Foden or Grealish to come on for those line breakers who could just shake this USA back four up a little bit, beat a player, create something, because at the moment they're not creating an awful lot.
Harry Kane has had more touches in the England box than he has in the USA's box so far tonight. They need to find a solution to that problem. Here is Shaw. Space for Grealish on the left-hand side, but his delivery was aimed towards Kane. Henderson trying to keep England on the front foot here. Liverpool man trying to steer it out to Trippier. Saka, Kane needs a runner beyond him. Squeeze it past Musa. Pulisic. That's what England have got to do, engage higher up the pitch.
And already you can see a difference. 2 or 3 minutes, had a couple of opportunities to put the ball wide, get the ball on the edge of the box. He hasn't done that at all in this second half.
Still going, Grealish. Good feed from him. The USA into making a tackle. Maguire's been penalised for being a bit too physical.
That first run from Grealish, those 4 USA players got drawn towards him to try and stop him once he got into the box. A little flick of the ball inside to someone there.
already to create a little bit of danger in that back line.
Dest trying to get back in. Shortly managed to engage. So back to 1993.
Thought I was going to get away with it. What happened?
England lost the Euro in the starting line. Do you remember that?
Yes.
It was the game that took place in the US Cup. It was the nadir of the Graham Taylor time. Do you remember that?
Yes. Is there a point to this, or is it just humiliation zone?
I was just going to ask you whether or not that was the point that you thought that the USA started to become a bit more of a force on the world stage, because things changed after that. And then they had the USA World Cup, the MLS started to kick into gear.
I didn't think that at the time, no. I just thought it may be my last time I play for England. No, but
it wasn't that, was it? You went on to have a very successful English career.
Sneaked a few more caps.
That team, remember there was like the Ron Palmer, Lee Sharp, Pallister, David Batty, all of them I don't think ever really lived it down. It was a bad day for England, bad day against the USA, and there was one in 1950 as well.
I played that one.
No, you didn't. The World Cup of 1950 in Brazil. England went out. It was one of the biggest shocks of all time. Both actually the USA and England went out in that World Cup in the group stages. It's an example of being a thorn in their side constantly in these tournaments. Here is Grealish into Kane. Can they reverse that? On to Grealish again. Kane. Stones is getting high right now.
A few signs from the bench just calming down. Don't need to force it. Get the ball out here to Grealish. Or Saka on the other side.
Okay. This is Grealish. Switch out towards that far side. This is Trippier. to want England to win the game, but just make sure you do not lose the game. Saka on to Trippier. Now Saka again. Too much to aim at in the centre. Henderson giving it to him, and he can keep hold of it once again. Mount, Kane. Still going, Kane. Onto Saka. Couldn't get it under control, and then it bobbled off him after an attempted clearance, but I think the offside flag was going to go up anyway. Change coming for the States of America, and Brendan Aronson is about to come on. Didn't start against Wales either. Nor did Marcus Rashford, but he too is about to enter the fray. First change is Winston McKennie, who was a slight doubt for this game, picked up a knock in that Wales game. This is the Brendan Aronson is a very dynamic midfielder who will get up and down. Obviously, Greg Alter to win the game. He is a little link up with Adams, his teammate at Leeds. He's a firecracker. Dest is placed, had a bit of trouble on this near touchline. And surprising inclusion into the USA squad. Shaq Nashville, who was in Spain in the last 3 seasons before signing back to the US. He's obviously unhappy about being replaced, Serginho Dest. Bukayo Saka is off, and on comes Marcus Rashford, trying to influence proceedings from the right-hand side, as he did when he came off the bench the other day. So the third fastest goal by a World Cup substitute on Monday, 49 seconds after coming off the bench. Yeah, that would be nice. You've won the double. You've won trophies with Arsenal. You've been in teams where patience has been key. As a senior player in this group, what would you be trying to say to some of the younger members of the team now?
Just keep playing, keep doing your job. Do not give anything away. You do not lose this game, and we'll get a chance before the end of the game.
Pulisic. The intervention by Declan Rice was imperative for that move to break down. There's only 10 minutes to go. They need a little bit of leadership out on the pitch.
Actually, there's a lot of senior players out there when you think about it. Obviously, Sterling's gone off. It's Maguire, Stones, Shaw's been there reasonable amount of time now. Henderson.
Mount. Holding something,
reaching down on the lower back, top of his thigh. Hopefully just a kick.
Declan Rice, Grealish, Rice wants it back again, the ball wasn't right. Grealish. Out to wander. To Kane. Needs a little bit of support. Trippier joining now. Rashford made a dart into the box. Henderson's not a great delivery. Turner is unthinking.
Turner with crosses the whole game, anything with any height on, it's just come out of his goal. Henderson does normally whip a brilliant ball from that angle, but he just got off that one.
Turner is playing for Arsenal 4 times now. He's only conceded once. That was a penalty. Two more changes for the USA. Tim Ware is going to be replaced by Gio Reyna. The former World Footballer of the Year, George Ware, the president now of Liberia. Replaced by a man born in Sunderland. Gio Reyna. He could have played for England by birthright, but was never really going to. He is the son of Claudio Reyna, who used to play for Rangers and Manchester City. Roaring back from injury to play. His mum was also a famous USA international. You saw a shot of his dad. Josh Sargent is also on. As you right. Sargent having a good season with Norwich City in the champion. It's a bit of pressing from England, but he's been beaten by the USA.
It was a nearly press, just off it again, and that's why they got out so easy.
Grealish on a foul. England, as a result, will have a set piece in the dangerous area. What would you do here?
Stick in the mix of it.
It's got to that level, has it?
Maguire's just won 6 corners at the other end on his own. Let's hope he wins number 7.
It's a feature of England's play, one that they haven't really maximised in this evening. Towards Maguire, dealt with by Tim Ream. Ream himself has had a bit of a resurgence after being one of those players who seems to play well in the Championship and never gets an opportunity or gets pushed out of the team when they get to the Premier League. He has performed much better this year under Marco Silva, and he's played a lot of games. Yeah. Every one for Fulham this Premier League season.
I saw him the other week against United and he was fantastic. He looked at home, really confident. They lost the game, but that wasn't his fault.
You mentioned it earlier. I suppose the key thing here is that England don't lose this game.
Absolutely. When you take the point, if that's the case. You get 4 after 2 games.
There was a bit of a reaction when England drew 0-0 with Scotland in the second Euros. remember that. Look what happened next. It's not worth getting that pessimistic, is it?
Well, you have to remember that if you get a point, stopping the opposition getting 3. So, based on the fact where the USA find themselves, they'll win this game.
Group stages often racked with tension for England managers. They rarely glide serenely through. Go back 8 years, 2014, before a ball was kicked in the third game, England were already out. Scrapped through in South Africa. They weren't perfect at Euro 2016 or 2012. It's only latterly that things have been a little bit easier for them. Okay, finding Rashford. Rashford trying to tiptoe his way into a dangerous area. Grealish. Back to Rashford again. Trying to bend it towards the far corner, but it's very close to Matt Turner. No real trouble for the American goalkeeper.
Yeah, you can see what he's trying to do. Good overlap from Shaw to create space for himself to put it on that right foot. Couldn't quite get the bend on it.
Good to have Marcus Rashford back in the England fold after such a long time out.
Yeah, really good. Concentrating on his football. The real asset, he's got that pace when he's hungry and he's playing well. One of England's top strikers.
Southgate went to visit him in the summer to his house to have a 2-hour meeting, clear the air and find out exactly Marcus Rashford. For a long time he was not really joining up with England even before the European Championships. Reina. Maguire brings it in. They're looking for a counter-attack, but there wasn't really a threat on this side. I think he's not going to outpace Zimmerman. To try and outpace Mason Mount.
Luckily, Mason Mount about 50 yards in that press. Energy.
Here's Josh Sargent. Into Pulisic. Danger signs flashing for England once again. Moore trying to pick out Reina, who just drifted back from the penalty spot.
He's got to knock that in first time. The space was there for him just to whip it right along the 6-yard box by taking a touch. He closed all the space down.
There is a little bit of good news. If it stays like this, then England will qualify if they avoid a 4-goal defeat against Wales. England could lose 5 to Wales and still qualify for Iran USA draw.
That is good news. It doesn't cover up the poor performance tonight, though. We've got to take it into contact. Got to play better moving forward if they indeed do go through. Second best all over the pitch, with and without the ball.
Jordan Henderson has won a free kick. Really also has an impact on squad management, doesn't it? Had England won this game, Gareth Southgate can rotate his cast. They've taken a free kick quickly. It's dealt with by Moore, and they've won a corner kick right at the end of the game. We're into stoppage time, of which there will be just 4 added minutes.
All will be forgotten and forgiven if this creates an opportunity for England.
Kieran Trippier just trying to engender the support of the crowd behind the goal. He wants to suck the ball into the net. He has committed a lot of men forward.
feeling. So you're right. Aiming towards Maguire, who heads it down and just didn't get enough purchase on that header. Not so well at the other end with his defending of set pieces. That's the guy in front of the goalkeeper. There's your Ian Wright when you need him. He's getting ready to analyse what has been a rather drab England performance in large parts. That's given away cheaply, and Grealish is on the run now. Adams has come out to engage. He's terrific for the USA tonight. After pushing the back, that was unnecessary. Musa has conceded a free kick in a dangerous area here. So Luke Shaw taking charge, creator of Jude Bellingham's goal on Monday in the Al Khalifa Stadium. Perfect pinpoint delivery is required. Good time to score. Shaw. And it's towards Harry Kane. He got up there and he got so very, very close to piercing the Matt Turner net. Well, he did everything. It's a little bit low down. He's just dipped his head, try and get something on it. It's come right off the top of his head. Great ball in from Shaw. That was a cracking chance, the best chance I think that England have fashioned. Haven't been too many re-attempts on target all night for England.